Kōpua Marae and also Te Hape. Primarily, we're a health and fitness group helping our people to be healthy and live healthier.
Kia hiki nā te tapu o te kupu ki tōna tāhu.
Hey, my name is Dave.
One, two, hey, hey. One, two, test. One, two, test, test. Change it to hello, one.
Yep, she just at the drums.
Yeah. Well done. Drummer.
Thanks, so why?
Oh, no, it's yeah. Yeah, better run with the drums. Oh, thoughts of the stuff you play?
I used to be in what bands?
Here's the
It's,
returns.
just Michael Church or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've got one to and a bass, which is kind of a drum rhythm, kind of rolls really nicely. Playing bass guitar. Fun too. But I like both. Specific genre that I play.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, I've not practiced much in the last 6 months, really. Yeah, I used to practice a lot out every week, but since the lockdowns. Oh, practice. Well, I played last weekend for my sports year. Yes,
Covers.
oh,
Test 1, 2.
originals covers.
Hello.
Interviews that jump up and jam,
Yeah.
these, and you just
Test 1, 2.
originals covers.
Hello.
Interviews that jump up and jam, whatever.
That's good.
So yeah, I do like freestyle drumming.
So all your 2 froms working video.
They are it's
From us, we're
thing.
Dave, have you got some way to found out?
Oh, I can hear. Yeah.
Years that no interest in updating the sales, looks like we can get out there the same sales for 2 years in a row.
That is really good. Where you going?
Yeah, looking fresh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we go back to play the same circuit. And, every weekend or every other week, hoping we get around and get back and start to the same touch with the much. It's the same, but it comes a lot harder, sometimes no.
Oh, I did email it out to you, so I emailed it to Steve at
You'll get caught up at some point.
Yeah.
Science really was.
You know, also if I had to be participant,
I've seen this now, and you should
so when you should invite you.
you have to pay a call if you're unable to. No, it's
Where's your email address?
I sent you a splash screen.
Oh, you emailed it?
Yeah.
So I just sent you the email, Dave, to invite you to the meeting. I need to have a dual screen. Oh, it is on dual screen. Did you get it? If I mute you though, you're going to start feeding back in crazy. Yes, you better go to another room. If all goes well, you'll be feeding back. Hello. Okay. You can't hear me? No. Am I feeding to Zoom? I should be. Mics are up. Can you go to
Test 1.
Oh, sorry.
None of the mics are on.
I'll turn the audio off. Yeah, here you go.
Nope. Do you want all the mics on?
That's good.
Can you hear us, Dave?
Yeah, so can you hear me? Yep, you're everything right. Sounds good.
Yeah, how do we pin you to the screen now?
You got all mics alive now, Hans? There was 3 that were off.
Okay. Hi, Dave.
Hello, Hans. Can you hear me reasonably clearly?
Yeah, but I can't see you on the right screen.
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm on a silly diet type thing. The sugar is out the window. It's very hard for me because I love it. Thank you.
Well, it's just like living our normal week.
So it's picking up mic really well from here.
Lovely.
It's probably an extra microphone.
Yeah, I have an extra microphone. I'm sitting in a position as if I was one of the speakers. Talking to a microphone. I might just go down the line and check all the mics. So this is sitting on the next microphone, number 5. And moving down to number 4, sitting here, talkie. And down to number 3, if you can still hear me here, sitting here, talking. Then we move to number 2, and then finally, favourite position obviously is number 1, because everybody knows to be number 1. And down here. Yep, that's right. But yeah, we've got some lollies being dished out on the head table here. Okay, the lollies have cleared. It's just me talking now at one of the microphones.
Yeah. That's a lot clearer now.
Then people may speak a little bit louder, but you might get that sort of volume.
I haven't set any levels on any of those microphones yet.
Sweet.
Okay. So are you happy if I come back in, yeah?
Yeah, I can't get you onto the flipping other screen. That's the problem at the moment. I've had this problem.
I'll just mute my phone.
Yeah, just mute it. Oh yeah, I remember how I did this last time. If I come here, I'll turn the Zoom check off. That's the red. What we need to do is mirror the screen probably. Just the Zoom is a real pain with.
If you want to do a test, I can set up a test of it.
Oh, we are doing a test. That just. Can you go ahead and check somewhere?
Yeah.
I see how much the vacancy is in there.
Okay, so just unmute me now. Can you hear me?
Yes, audio's good.
So just testing the latency. Is my mouth moving in the audio matching? That's good.
Yes, looking pretty good here in terms of latency.
I can't see your lips this way.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Your lips are moving.
See my lips now. Just that matching the audio matching. Need to read something. Category.
Can you turn your phone to landscape?
The first applicants.
You change phone to landscape?
Do you think you might get a tablet for that one?
That must be fully registered. Bible register.
Can you turn your phone to landscape?
And with that?
Go phone landscape, please, Dave.
Yeah, it's better. Doesn't more screen.
Environmental Scholarship opens Monday, 20 December 2021 and closes Wednesday, 31st August 2022.
Yeah, that works. Cool.
Sweet.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Come back in. Is Zoom working? I'll end this just before feedback. So we have a splash screen apparently now, so I need to just grab that out to emails. See, there's lots of little things I know. Really, glad we're not trying to set up at the same time.
Turn the AC on now just to drop the temperature. Too hot in the start, maybe if it's too hot here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
the shop up
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
How many is it get more of the
No, that's moving. That's going to shoot the individual person. So this is the full shot, and then that's going to pick up the person that's talking.
okay.
So this is not the framing. It's not,
Okay.
He's going to be operating and following individuals. Whoever's speaking to get the right shot.
It wasn't making it easier having them.
Yeah, it's nice. It was nice on that shot too. It's really nice. I haven't got that splash in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I thought she said she nailed it.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, that's what she said.
Yeah. I don't really want to jump.
No, I don't like jumping on the computer.
Yeah.
We get it, hopefully, in a rundown sometime.
Yeah, Friday night, so we get there after 8 sort of thing.
Yeah.
They're working on it, and then Keith will
And then all I need to set up is Facebook, because we know that Zoom's working.
That monitor's a bit fuzzy, but I'm not sure if this is a 4K monitor.
Probably is.
That's the OSC as it is, I guess.
Here's the splash screen. Why did it come up on this one?
It's on now, yeah.
Oh, I just went to look for the remote. Because we have to share it with the other office.
Ah, okay, right, yeah.
I thought it might have been the
Yeah,
side.
it's up on the wall there, so.
Okay. Oh, right.
Yes. The speaker's built in there, I can hear it, so this
Yeah, everyone must want to get it in on that side.
always gets a bit serious.
yeah.
Do you have your mobile data kit if we somehow lose something?
I do have that, but I think if we lose it, it's going to lots of other problems.
Russians are coming.
Yeah, that's it. Just take over there.
Yeah, they've put it on the side and stuff like that. So I'd rather not do that. So then if she's still be with you, then just to sit down and
Yeah,
think,
it's got a song on it, yeah.
yeah, so then I'll do it, brain.
A doll.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better now the kids growing up. Yeah, no, I can stop that. Yeah, yeah. You listen to what I'm saying. Please do that. Yeah, down there. Just that background.
Yeah.
It's not better than going to text. Yeah, yeah.
It's a corrupt technology center. It's an empty.
There's always
basically a Zoom, and whatever's on the screen here will be on the screen. We're not going to worry about trying to get clean feed. People know it's Zoom. They can see the other bits. They can basically see whatever happens on the screen.
So I'm not bringing up other
I'm not sure, but it depends on rundown.
I just finished it, sorry.
All by yourself?
Yeah, it was a nice cake show.
Who's got my keys? Yeah, because that's where the USB stick. Because someone's email is not sending through the splash screen. It came to this computer, but I don't want it on this computer.
Yeah, is that air conditioning going to be too loud? It's 80 degrees at the moment.
No, just leave it.
I can pop out to 21 and just leave it there.
I reckon just leave it there because the mic's pretty close. It's going to be hollow because it's a hollow room. You could hear them all right, hey, on your Zoom call.
Is it a bit hard to screen microphone behind the speakers, microphones, the rustling of the
Yes, there's. Oh, just yeah, there's pretty good lollies in there.
Yeah, so it's just that is kind of dominating.
Oh, yeah.
So we just probably need
Is that sort of a USB port? If I jump on that, you know what I'm saying? Version of one. Those dimensions are just a bit, like little black banners on the side. This is Photoshop. Adobe, man, it's so slow and stuff. Always doing stuff on the net, and it's like, why can't you start a freaking program and do that? So often you want to just do something with it. Same with Microsoft. If you open Word or something, it just takes forever to open. It's like, come on, I don't want to do this. With your, can I get another Just ideally, I don't want red banners on the side.
Red banners.
Well, it's the wrong page.
Easy.
1920, 1080 is that full HD. I was just about to jump into my Photoshop, but then it's not registered yet. They were unregistered in my office again.
Yeah, it's not like anything else.
So I think it's like the zone, not the live stream, so I'm going to jump on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely. Because only the presenters will be in the Zoom, right?
Yes. And then we can start the live stream and then we
Yep. And I need to, with you, work out Facebook. That's the one I haven't done yet.
I have added you as me.
Oh, okay. What we haven't set up is,
When you finish, I'll be on here. Can I get you?
yeah. Yes. Except for stuff. Sweet. Still just called splash screen.
Guys,
Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Screen.
So I'm just going to start the live stream, the Zoom now.
no, it's sit up here, sit on the table.
Yeah, he's working. Oh, hey, go on. Oh, yeah, so it's just started the Zoom now, so you should be able to do it now. I will just
Splash screen is working.
Okay, yeah, let me delete your,
No, I was wanted to make sure.
sorry, I'll put you on,
Well,
yeah, this is what I have to see, so you'll probably take it.
The other Zoom participants. No, the problem is I'm feeding back to Zoom. So I'll be feeding him and the power back to Zoom, so otherwise Zoom people can't see it. But they won't be able to see it because they'll get him without the power strip. So Zoom people won't see the power. Unless I just feed the PowerPoint to
Can you just forward me what you
Where's your lead? It's just going to be this session.
It's a session for group on Zoom. Can you just forward that to me? Just so I can see it? Oh, it's just my first one.
Thank you, Dan.
Unless the feed is screwed.
Oh, that capture code should be on the screen. It's got the name and scribbles on it. It's just like an authenticator. So it's just the capture code then? So you just need to put the capture code in. Oh, what is my printer? It's not speaking. Hi. I feel I'm just trying to do that. It's just easy.
Really? So you might want to log into it. You need to get into it. Meeting too.
I'm just trying to see if you've got any mail chips on it. I'm just one thing somewhere.
like I need the code to get into as a host, that it doesn't show up. So I just need to be a participant, basically.
Yeah, so it doesn't have a code.
It doesn't have a code with that. No, it just says you want to be an administrator. Yes, but then I can't be it. Yeah, sure. So the email you sent me, right, tells me you're invited to me, blah, 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 which means I can get into Zoom and what am I joining?
You probably just have to join the links. So,
Which links? That one? Oh, that's the link. Okay.
and you just sign in.
Ah, shoot. English.
So has he got to do
Did you get it? Is it easy? the screen is represented on Zoom.
We're just going to have a karaoke for the meeting. It's not the karaoke for the meeting.
No.
It's just the karaoke for us. Yeah. Okay. Ka tiki ara hui tātou. Tātou e te whānau, ko tā mai ki roto i ki tō tātou whare, mihi ana kia koe e te whare. Mihi ana kia koutou kei ngā mātua tupuna, kai nei ngā pakitaro o te whare. Tēnei rā mate kua huhui a mātou anō, kia taki i ngā karakia, kia pai ai te hono, kia ngāti Maniapoto e hono mai nei i ngā hau e whā. Nō reira manakitia mai mātou, kia rere pai ai ngā mahi tēnei rā, kia kore ai ngā āhuatanga katoa, e whakararu nei tēnei o ngā hui. Nō reira e he ino i tēnei kia koutou kei ngā mātua tupuna i te wāhi ngaro. Kia manakitia mai mātou i tēnei rā, kia rere pai ai te hui ātau, me ono hona ngā katoa. I roto i ngā whakaaro, i roto i ngā tikanga i waihotia mai e koutou, i te wai a koutou. Tēnei rā mātou ngā uri ngā mahuetanga iho, e whai atu ana i o koutou rā tapua. Nō reira, noho mai rā koutou, i te ao mā koha koha, i te marinotanga o te rangi waiho mātou ki muri nei, ki tēnei ao, e whakatutuki i o koutou awata. Ka tiku koutou kia koutou pitua te ao ki rā mātou, e pai nei i roto i tō tātou whare, kia ora hui hui tātou katoa, kia ino i tātou. Ki ngā tāne, ki ngā wahine, me ngā taitamariki, kia ora katoa. E te runga rawa, no te mana whatua, huru me te maramatanga me te kororia, o mai he aroha he rangi Māori e hei kaupare i te kinonga. Mai anō koutou ki wainganui ki tēnei whakamoemiti o mātou hei tatari ngā kupu katoa e whakapua ki nāne mātou i roti tō koutou kororiatanga i roti te rangi Māori. Ko koutou me hoki te tīmatanga me te whakaotinga mai o mātou e tūmanako atu nei i roto i tō koutou kororiatanga i roti te rangi Māori. Nā te māngai hei tautoko mai, ai nei ake nei, ai. E te māngai ngāne hera pono e te tokotori tapu whakaungia mai mātou i roti te aroha noa pai here te anō mātou ki te rangi Māori i ngā wā katoa. Mā te māngai hei tautoko mai, ai nei ake nei, ai. Tō te akanga māramatanga e te atua ki tō mātou ki ingi ki te wharekāhui ariki. Ka tina le māwiwi te anga. Tainoa kia mātou o Ngāti Maniapoto e hono mai nei ki tēnei hui a tau i te ata nei a.
PowerPoint presentations, then I'll let's do program so that whatever's on program now. So you can see the people here talking. It's really okay.
Just because I'm going to pin to the screen who it's saving.
And that's the only thing you have to worry about. Although if there's stuff happening here, leave the audio up.
Audio of this?
No, then we need that on so that they can all hear what's happening.
But that's not this audio, it's the audio of the feed that you're...
I'm feeding you, yeah. Which never feeds itself anyway.
So I should just leave it off for now.
Yeah.
Once we start the live stream, I'll turn that
yeah.
on.
Yeah, so they can hear the people here. And then when they're on Zoom, I need to switch the big screen to the Zoom. Most stuff goes on. Yeah, really. Well, you have to change that, but if you have some idea of what's going on, it would be good. We are about 15 minutes out.
I'm going to send you a link because it's literally going to register. Not the link from here.
Do you know if there's a way to plug that part?
Yeah. There is a way of getting the secondary screen to be doing that, but so this, they're just going to see it like people are used to that anyway, seeing that stuff.
So maybe I'll just leave that. So, just going through. So someone will come on to Zoom.
Oh, we're getting a run through here, so there's a figure out.
So they'll pop up.
Yeah, can you do that?
I'll break them.
Just sign in that way.
Yeah.
You won't be able to join it outside of the actual...
Yeah, that was good.
And then I'll...
Yeah, so you just need to register and you won't be able to join as a panelist until the meeting actually started, which is where
I'll listen to that
for
anyway.
now, I just need to register.
So,
That unmute only when we have to
broadcast.
Yes, yeah, when there's stuff coming out of here.
Yeah, so the capture thing is
talking,
something that Zoom does, just to make sure that
like
you're
a
available.
sort of this.
Well, you might not even know.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnei rā te mihi atu ki a tātou e whakapiripiri nei I tēnei haora o te rā. Huri noa tēnā koutou. Koe no rā tuatahi rā māku, ka tuku nātu te wāhi ki tō tātou tuakana ki a Doug, māna te kupu e whakatūwhera nei I tā tātou hui.
Kia ora hui hui tātou, me kara ki a tātou. E te atua kaharawa, te kiingi kororia I te wāhi ngaro. Tēnei rā mātou e whakawhāiti mai nā I ngā hau e whāki mui te aroaro I tēnei haora I tēnei ata. Te tuku anō I o mātou whakamoimiti, kia uhia mai rā o tō mai arangi ata whai, ai manaakitanga katoa ki runga ki tēnei huihuinga e hono mataora nei I tēnei rā. Manaakitia tō mātou kiingi Māori kiingi tūheitia po tatau te wherowhero te tūawhitu, e noho nei I tōna ahurewa tapu. Ngā kuia, ngā kraua e noho mai nā I o rātou kāinga maha. Ngā rangatira, ngā taitamariki I tēnei rā. Tēnei te tuku I o mātou inoi kia koe, kia huri haere mai ki wanganui a mātou e hono mataora nei I tēnei rā. Kia rere pai ai ngā kōrero e puta mai ai I tēnei rā. I runga anō I te mōhio ko koe te timatanga o tēnei ao whakamiharo. Ko koe hoki te whakamutunga o ngā mea katoa. Kororia ki tō ingoa tapu. Āmene.
Āmene. Tēnā koe Dagi, o tira tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everyone, welcome to the 2020-2021 Hui Ātau Annual General Meeting for the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board Group. First up, I just want to acknowledge everyone who has been able to join us this morning. This is the first time that we have gone fully online for our annual general meeting. As many of you know, the annual general meeting is your opportunity to review the progress of the board over the last 12 months, and I want to encourage whānau who are joining us today to please take the opportunity to ask any questions. This is our time to be accountable to you for the work that we have done over the previous 12 months. I also want to acknowledge the time that we are in. It is an extremely challenging time for our families, and I just want to acknowledge those of our families who are dealing with this ngangara, this COVID, that is having an impact on all of our families. For those of you who are dealing with this, our thoughts are with you, our support is with you, and we look forward through the course of today to being responsive to any questions that you might raise. First up, I would like to ask for any apologies. So if there are apologies, please do notify those apologies through the chat function that is available to you. Secondly, I am now going to turn to our minutes from the Hui Ātau held on the 20th of March, Saturday the 20th of March 2021 at the Les Munro Centre in Te Kuiti. Now, these minutes are going to be taken as read. Our minutes and our annual report have been posted and made available to you for the last 4 weeks. And so I will move right now to those minutes. And I will ask first up for a mover for the minutes, please.
I move.
Tēnā koe Moiora, and could I please have a seconder? Can I note Dan Takanawa as the seconder of the minutes? So there's a comprehensive set of minutes, around 10 pages of minutes that have been made available, and if there are no corrections to those minutes, please do note any corrections through, again, the chat option that's available to you. Those minutes are going to be moved seconded and approved as an accurate record of the meeting held on the 20th of March last year. All right, I'd now like to take us to the annual report. Can I say, first of all, the annual report has been posted on the MMTB website. It's been available to us for the last 4 weeks. For those of you whānau members that would like a hard copy of the annual report, there are a limited number of copies available at the Trust Board office, and I would like to encourage those of you who want a hard copy to please come into the Trust Board office and please do take a hard copy of the annual report with you. So I am going to take my Chair's report as read. I do want to highlight a couple of aspects in the Chair's report. First of all, you know, as many of us know, COVID has been to the forefront of what we have been working with as families and as a board over the last 12 months. I particularly want to acknowledge our frontline staff, Te ora o ngātai, our staff who have been working in the testing space down at our testing centre at Centennial Park. I just really want to acknowledge them, and I want to acknowledge the staff of the Trust Board who have taken a central role in supporting our families at this time. So first up, I just really want to acknowledge all of our frontline people. Secondly, I want to acknowledge Trust Board members whose terms came to an end in the last 12 months. There are, in particular, 3 very long-serving Trust Board members whose term ended in the middle of last year. So Auntie Media, Will, and Uncle Tifa, on behalf of the trustees of the board, can I acknowledge you all for your hard work of over many years. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge Uncle Tifa, who for the last 14 years has been the chair of our board. Ka rehe mutunga o te kupu whakamihi ki a koutou kei aku mātua. I also, of course, want to acknowledge those trustees whose terms ended. So Derek, Barney, and other members of the board who gave a significant contribution over your term. Also want to acknowledge all of you. So I would like to ask for a mover for the Chair's report.
I move there.
Thank you, Moiora. And could I please ask for a seconder? Can I note Dan Te Kanawa, please, as the seconder of the Chair's report? Moved and seconded. All right, we will now move to the PO overview. And the PO overview is a video summary of the highlights and the achievements of our team, our staff within the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board over the 12 months. Before we share this video with you, on behalf of the board, we have an amazing team here. They work extremely hard, and I think, you know, similar to many other organisations who have been dealing with the challenges of COVID, our staff have innovated, they've adapted, and they have worked diligently to not only do what they do in terms of their core responsibilities in their everyday jobs, but on top of that, they've also responded to the needs of our people in terms of the response to the COVID pandemic. So on behalf of the board, just really want to warmly acknowledge all of our staff who work with us within the organisation. So I'm going to hand over now to a short video which highlights the achievements over the last 12 months. Kia ora tātou. So I think get there we, again, from the trustees of the board, we really want to acknowledge our staff. It's been a significant year, and I have highlighted how critical the response to COVID has been to the work of the board over the last 12 months. I would also just like to spend a moment just reflecting also on what's happened in the treaty settlement space. And as many of you know, we went through the process in the last 12 months of seeking ratification for our treaty settlement. And I just want to just pause for a moment and just reflect on that as a significant milestone for all of us within Te Nehe Nui. I want to acknowledge all of our families who over the last more than 30 years have given so much to progressing our settlement from the time that the Waitangi Tribunal process commenced within Aotearoa through to the time that we entered into negotiations from 2016, through to the point less than 12 months ago, where we went out and we sought the view of the people. I want to acknowledge all of you who exercised your vote, and I just want to also acknowledge the significant support that was given by the people for the settlement of more than 85%. Many of our people who have been our champions through the whole settlement process are no longer with us. And so I just want to take a moment just to acknowledge all of them and all of your whānau members today, because that has been one of the most significant milestones in the history of our board. I particularly do want to acknowledge Uncle Tifa, and I have acknowledged him as a previous chair, but Uncle Tifa has been at the forefront of leading us as a people through the settlement process. Nō reira rā kei taku pāpā e Tifa, ka rehe mutunga o te kupu whakamihi ki a koe te pāpā. Nau rā tātou te iwi o Maniapoto, te rehenehe nui, i arahi, I roto i ngā kaupapa whakatūtuki i ngā kreme. Nō reira tēnā koe. All right, so we have moved and we have seconded and approved the chair's report. We have gone through the highlights of the last 12 months, and there is a space now open to you all to please post any questions that you have of the board. As we move through the course of the agenda and as your questions do come through, we will pause and we will respond to those questions. At this point in time, I would now like to move us to Te Kupinga, and I would like to invite the chair of the Board of Directors of Te Kupinga to speak to the Te Kupinga o Maniapoto report for the last financial year. Nō reira rā, ka tukuna atu te rākau ki a koe, Craig.
Zoom.
With our slides available.
We're just getting our slides organised, whānau. They are on their way. But I would like to welcome Craig Barrett, the chair of Te Kupinga, to our AGM this morning. So please bear with us as we get the technology happening and we can get the presentation slides for Te Kupinga up for you this morning. Craig will take us through the report for Te Kupinga, and we will then seek a resolution to receive the report for Te Kupinga o Maniapoto Limited for the financial year 2020 to 2021. Again, whānau, we want to encourage any questions So please put any questions that you have into the chat and we will respond to those as we move through the agenda. Craig, welcome. Wonderful to have you online with us this morning. I will hand the time over to you. Tēnā koe.
And with our General Manager, Tony Magna, it's our pleasure to report our 2021 report to you today. We're presenting a summary of our results for the 2021 financial year and also adding our 2022 plan. Our contribution to this hui ato is scheduled for about 10 minutes. So this is a condensed and high-level presentation. Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge our previous directors from the last hui ato. Uncle John Cutty, Glenn Tutul, and our chairman, Chris Koroheke, who along with the continuing directors, Naomi Hughes and Hohepa, helped lay the foundation for what we're presenting today. As chair, I am pleased with the results we've achieved, but acknowledge the work of the previous Te Kupunga boards for their mahi for the benefits of Maniapoto as a whole. Our role is to operate as a commercially successful business, contributing the means to enhance the socio-economic well-being of Maniapoto. But this is more than just fishing. Fishing assets are what we have, but it's only part of who we are. So to enhance the socio-economic well-being, we need to look past the numbers and take a broader view of what impact we are having for Maniapoto, and whether what we are doing is helping build on the foundation of our past or taking us to the future. And as such, you should expect that we're asking the broader questions such as how are we looking after this resource? Are we looking after each other and looking after our people? Are we looking ahead? And what is impacting us now into the future? As a significant quota owner, we understand our role and the need to protect and exercise our rights, utilising a collective Māori voice when engaging with the Crown around fisheries policy and undertaking regular work around ensuring fish stocks are sustainable. But the world is changing. Global challenges, climate change, social, demographic shifts present new or increasing risks to companies. So we face complexities and greater scrutiny if we're not adequately managing our environmental or social and governance risks. So it's with this in mind, we asked ourselves how we're facing these risks. And so during the year, we considered a reporting framework which looked at more than just our financial metrics. It also includes our environmental, social, and governance, which is ESG. Next slide. An ESG framework is for assessing the impact of sustainability and ethical practice of a company. Companies that adhere to these standards agree to conduct themselves ethically and in 3 areas. And this framework helps set our overall ESG framework. We have introduced this framework to build our way forward and report back to you. And so while not formally in place during the previous financial year, we took the opportunity to overlay our 2021 results against this framework. And our board will continue to refine this as this work is included in our 2022 work plan. Next slide. We report our 2021 annual report for the year ended 30 September. And from a financial perspective, we report an audited operating profit of 1.4 million, which is 660,000 higher than the budget. This increase is primarily due to our investment income being significantly higher than budget on the back of strong financial markets, and fisheries income being higher than budget due to our higher moana dividend. Our total expenses or operating budget of 370,000 came in slightly under budget. And the second part of our financial report shows our comprehensive income, which represents gains and losses that have yet to be realised or excluded from net income. In the 2021 financial year, there's been a significant increase of 11.8 compared to 2022. There are 2 significant financial assets that Te Kupunga holds, which are revalued every year, our quota holding and our AFL Moana shares. During the year, we changed both our valuers and the way we value these assets. The basis for this change was to use the market value and was reviewed and accepted by both our board and our independent auditor, PwC. These results will be discussed in detail as part of the group financial update. Next slide. We now introduce our environmental section. You ask us, how are we looking after our environment? As Te Kupenga, we have two key roles as an administrative ace trader and a holder of managed funds and other investments. So we need to understand where our environmental impact is and how we ensure that decisions we make align to our environmental outcomes, and how we can use our voice to advocate or hold our partners to account in the same respect. As an organisation, we contribute close to 100,000 in levies, which supports a sustainable fishing sector. We also engage the expertise of Te Uhu Kaimoana as our central advocacy body, and we've engaged with them formally during the year. We also shelve 3 fish stocks to help further support the sustainability of particular fish stocks in areas. Our latest shelving was the shortfin eel, which was shelved at the last board meeting, and this shelving supports our current shelving of the longfin eel. As a company, we know that shelving results in a financial loss, but by shelving fish stocks which are under pressure as Maniapoto, we do our part to ensure the sustainability of our resource. We will continue to build on this over 2022. But we also note that one of the major success stories is with Snapper 8, our West Coast snapper fishery, which has been given an increase as the stock is in good health. We are very cautious about increases, but it does show the ability to rebuild a stock level from low levels. Our social objectives need to consider our people and the interdependency of those, both within our organisation and outside. And so with this, we report our financial contribution to iwi food banks of Kai and also other opportunities for employment through our investment and commercial funds. And you will see we have also set up a Maniapoto engagement section where we look to share commercial information and work with MMTB to assist with employment pathways. Next slide. Finally, our governance section represents, next slide. Our governance section here represents the practices, controls and procedures we adopt to govern ourselves, make effective decisions, comply with the law, but also meet the expectations of our shareholder and our iwi. The Maniapoto Fisheries Trust has provided clear expectations to Kupenga as a board, and we have demonstrated to them that they can have confidence in the way we are governing ourselves. We continue to update our internal infrastructure by transitioning to the Maniapoto group policies. We're also transparent in the way we set our director fees by obtaining an external review, and we test the market and obtain external quotes for third-party arrangements, and in particular those considered related parties. This will continue in 2022. Continued education is important. However, unfortunately, only one of our directors have been able to complete the Institute Directors Training course due to COVID cancellations. We also introduced the ESG framework. However, as noted, this is new, so it will take time for us to fully implement, but it's pleasing to see we're on our way. So this concludes our 2021 annual update and overall a pleasing result, not only in financial terms, but also the way we're governing ourselves, engaging with our shareholder and focusing on our environment and our people. When we look forward now to 2022, our statement of corporate intent takes the theme of building on 2021 by reinforcing our systems and looking forward and enhancing opportunities to have more impact in all areas of our organisation. Our vision and mission stays the same, and we do not see any significant change in the makeup of our assets or where our core income is derived. However, we do signal the uncertainty surrounding COVID and the potential flow-on effect to our fishing and investment income. These are macro factors and they will impact us. We will have little ability to influence the outcome. However, our major fishing contracts are locked in until 2023 for our deep sea and 2025 for our inshore scampi and mussel. So from that perspective, we can be confident of a consistent revenue flow, but our deep sea profit share is likely to be impacted. Our group policies remain in place, and we continue to commit to an open level of transparent communication with our shareholder and our iwi in the next period. We've also added another section which As the group grows, we are wanting to introduce a Cheers Forum where we raise the kōrero from an operational conversation to a strategic and collaborative relationship. The Cheers Forum will also continue to reinforce alignment across all our entities. Our focus now shifts to what we forecast to achieve as an iwi and what you can expect from Te Kupenga in 2022. Next slide. Using the same framework as referred to earlier, our financial results are based on our board-approved 2022 budget. You will see our expected financial results are lower than what was achieved in 2021, with our profit of 900,000 compared to 1.4 in 2021. You will see our operating budget of 400,000 is consistent with the previous year. Our income is lower due to the expectation of our investment income being lower due to global uncertainties. However, our fishing income is budgeted at 1.1, which is consistent. At this stage, we are forecasting a dividend of between 350 to 400,000, and again, achieving an unqualified audit report. Next slide. Our environmental plan for 2022 builds on 2021, but we expect to go deeper, and we're looking to build a framework for an ESG approach to ACE trading. This will determine how we place ACE, and the considerations we need to make before ACE is placed and the contracts are entered into. And we will also investigate further about our overall impact of us as a company and through the supply chain which we're a part of. Our social plan increases our commitment and proposals to double our contribution to iwi food banks, and we're also increasing our engagement with Maniapoto on employment collaboration. And finally, we will have formally established our pātaka kai system to provide kamoana koha to Maniapoto iwi members. We're also planning to have implemented all of the Maniapoto group policies and will continue to advance our ESG framework. At the completion of 2022, all of our directors should have completed the Institute of Directors training course. And just one final point, we need to recognise the need to consider how we are building our future Maniapoto governance. As we progress to the next stage of settlement, how are we providing commercial governance experience to our future leaders? It has made us think about what a Maniapoto governance incubation program could look like, and the role of Te Kupenga could play as an organisation to place our emerging governors to work alongside some of our more experienced governors, as maybe a board observer, and how we could resource a governance progression program. This will help us build the future of Maniapoto. This concludes our presentation. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, Craig, e te tiamana. Thank you, very comprehensive report. I do want to acknowledge the board of Te Kupenga who have totally taken on board questions that have been raised over a number of our AGMs in the past around the environmental impact of our participation in fishing, and it's really pleasing to see, Craig, how the board of Te Kupenga have really put that as a key consideration in your business within Te Kupenga, and the way that that's reflected in the reporting that's been presented today. So I just want to acknowledge the directors of Te Kupenga for the work that has been done, which has been significant. I also absolutely support the acknowledgement of to the previous directors of Te Kupenga, and want to endorse that acknowledgement, Craig. Particularly, I do want to specifically acknowledge Chris Koroheke as the previous chair, and his contribution to Te Kupenga over many years. We are starting to get some questions coming through. This is, again, your opportunity at Te Whānau to please post any questions that you have. As we move through our agenda, we will pause and seek to respond to any questions that are coming through. So please, again, I want to encourage you to send through any questions that you have, particularly any questions, of course, on the presentation from Craig on behalf of Te Kupenga. There are some questions that I just will quickly respond to that go back to the Chair's reports. So there's a question that's been posted by Wayne Jensen. Tēnā koe, Wayne. Wayne's question was around Ngāti Manipoto Marae Pack Trust inclusion into the PSGE. So Wayne's question is asking, how is that going? Wayne, just to clarify, we have been talking with the Manipoto Marae Pack Trust and the Taumaranui Kōkiri Trust on a regular basis, and those discussions have been around the relationship that the PSGE will have with those two entities going forward. It was never assumed that the Marae Pact Trust would become part of the PSGE. It was definitely something that we did discuss. Where those discussions have got to is a acknowledgement that as three independent and critical entities within our rohe, the Taumaranui Kōkiri Trust and the Manipoto Marae Pact Trust, as well as the PSGE, that we will look to work collaboratively and in partnership with each other and seek to ensure that each of the three entities are as strong and vibrant as we can possibly make them. So that's where the discussion around the Marae Pact Trust has got to at this stage. Please note that those discussions are still ongoing. We enjoy a very positive relationship with the Marae Pact Trust and with Taumaranui Kōkiri Trust, and I want to acknowledge both of those entities as part of our AGM today. Whānau, I also want to acknowledge that some of you had a few difficulties seeing the slide pack as we were moving through the presentation, but I note that we've been able to rectify some of those issues. So I'm glad that you are able to. I'm glad that you're able to see the full presentation now. I'm just checking, Craig, are you still online? Okay, Craig, there is a question that has come up, and the question is around ACE. What does ACE mean? And that question has come from Mihi Rāwhiti. Tēnā koe, Mihi Rāwhiti, thank you for your question. Craig, can I ask you please to respond to that question? What does ACE mean?
It's our annual catch entitlement. So that means it's the right to catch a certain amount of fish in the simplest form. So we're assigned ACE. So we are able to determine where we place our ACE. And I just see that there's also a comment on what's ESGE. And so you may not have been able to see the slides, but that's our environmental, social and governance factors. And so the framework we use to set our way forward.
Hapai, thank you, Craig. Whānau, please keep sending through your questions. We will do everything that we can to respond to those questions as they are coming through the course of our agenda this morning. Just want to note a comment that's come from Maxine Moana Tūwhāngai. Tēnā koe, Maxine, just noting the growth of governance capacity and the suggestion that we support that to happen is a good one, so thank you, Maxine. All right. I can see no further questions at this point, but as they come through, we will respond to those questions as they appear. Again, I just want to acknowledge the work of Te Kupenga Sorry. There's a question from Glenda. Tēnā koe, Glenda. Glenda's question is what the group and individual boards' intentions are around social procurement and how supply chains can be broken down to allow for tribal businesses to be more competitive in the markets, e.g. fishing quota, commercial rights, regional district council procurement, etc. Craig, are you able to provide a response from Te Kupenga on that question from Glenda?
Kia ora, Glenda. Yeah, very good question. You know, well aware of the timing now with the 5% targets for procurement. One of the points I think we need to do as Maniapoto is align our organisations so that we don't do it individually and then miss out on opportunities. So one of the points we talked about was, you know, getting that forum in place so we could align and then we could provide the opportunities and get those back out to our whānau and understand what they look like and how they can engage in that particular procurement process. So it is on our agenda. It is something that we're looking to bring back out. So kia ora for your question.
All right, thank you, Craig. Pano, I suggest that we move forward into the next agenda item. Please continue to post questions. As we receive those questions, we will look to note them. Before we move on, I would like, Craig, would you like to move that the report from Te Kupenga or Maniapoto Limited be received?
Okay, yep, I move that.
Thank you. And I'd like to note that Kruja Wetere is a seconder for that motion and that motion has been passed. So thank you to all of the directors of Te Kupenga for your work over the last 12 months. We're going to move now to the consolidated financial reports, and I am going to ask Jamie to lead us through the presentation of the consolidated financial reports for the 2020-21 financial year. Tēnā koe, Jamie.
Kia ora tātou, e mihi ana ki te reo whakamoemiti, whakahonoretia te kingi Māori. I ngā hapu, i ngā marae e hono mai nei i tēnei rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Ko Ngāti te rahu, ko Pare te Kawa, ko Ngāti Waiora, ko Ngāti Apakura, ngā hapu, no whangaroa tō mātou pāpā. Ko Jamie Cleve, ahau, tēnā koutou, kia ora hui hui, tātou katoa. So kia ora, I'm Jamie, I'm the Rauringa Po Manager for Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, and I'll take us through a summary of our consolidated financial statements today. So I'll provide a high-level summary which will be based on the financial statements that you can find in pages 54 to 81 of the annual report. So on the first slide, so this slide will show you an overview of the entities that make up our Maniapoto Group consolidated accounts. So starting with Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, we are the corporate trustee on behalf of MFT and of the iwi. We have the iwi authority and is mandated to negotiate the historic treaty settlement claims on behalf of the iwi with the Crown. Maniapoto Fisheries Trust, so that entity is our mandated iwi organisation, or MIO you might have heard. And that means that they are entitled to receive fisheries assets on behalf of our iwi from the Crown. And then Te Kupenga, and you've just heard from Craig Barrett, the chairman there, which is our commercial arm and basically manages all of our fisheries assets. For a quick summary of our financial reports for the year ending 30 September 2021, you can see at the bottom our group total comprehensive revenue and expense for the year was $13,048,148. As at 30 September, our total equity was $54,190,090. And the fair value of our managed portfolio as at 30 September was $22,947,000. So if we go to the next slide, you can see a group net surplus as at for 2021 was $1,224,000. So the group net surplus refers to what you may have heard as operating profit. So it's your income less your expenses, and it's before any revaluation or any sort of paper accounting treatment of accounts. This bar graph shows you a summary of our entities across the previous 3 years. So the dark blue you'll see is our group, the dark green is MMTB, the light green's MFT, and Te Kupinga in grey. So if you look at the net surplus, you can see Te Kupinga makes up a large portion of our performance at a net surplus level. You can see in the top right-hand corner that the $13 million number that I spoke about earlier. So the difference between these two figures is our revaluation gains on quota, on our AFL shares and our other investment portfolios, which amounted to $11.8 million. I'll go into a bit further detail on the next slides, but we thought, following some of the comments in last year's hui ato, that we'll try and keep it high level and summary, and I'll try and do as best I can to make it easy to understand. So if we go to the next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So this slide shows you our group revenue. Similar bar graph across the 3 years, and what you can see from this one is that our group revenue for 2021 was $9 million. And the large green that you can see in that bar graph is actually MMTB contributes a lot of the revenue on that, of our group. So there is a huge increase from the previous year, and what makes that up is our PGF marae renovation project that began in 2021. So we did get a contract through the Provincial Growth Fund to renovate our marae. The contract was just over $4 million, and as at 30 September, we had completed enough work to recognise $2.9 million of that revenue. Also, another large work stream this year was our treaty settlement. So across the year, we had progression through our deed of settlement negotiations, we had our mandate withdrawals, we had ratification, and in a comparison to the previous year, we have recognised an additional $460,000, which is funded through Te Ara Whiti and CFRT. One more one-off item to note, in our 2021 year, we did receive we recognised a revenue of $360K, which related to a GST claim that we've agreed with IRD. So the basis of that GST claim is for the previous 3 years treaty negotiation costs that we have expensed in relation to progressing our deed of settlement. And at the time of recognition, we weren't able to receive a GST claim from IRD, but now they have recognised that we can receive that refund. Cool, we'll go to the next slide. So this slide is our group expenses. So for 2021, it was $7.9 million in comparison to the $4.4 million you can see in the prior year. Similar to the last slide, you can see MMTB makes up a lot of those expenses, which is determined by the activity and the delivery of the contract revenue that you saw on the last slide. In the top right-hand corner is a bit more of a breakdown for you to see what those expenses are by category. And in terms of note to the previous year, you can see our PGF expenses are outlined there as $2.9 million. You'll see that the treaty expenses increased that 400 or so K above the prior year, and in line with our revenue that was recognised as well. The employee entitlements relates to salaries and wages for our staff, and there was a bit of an increase, just under 400K increase from the prior year, which related to various roles across our board. So myself being one, I started with June with the board, Another key role that was brought online was our Community Connector role, which is fully funded through MSD, and that role's been critical through our COVID response in assisting our people to connect with any agency support they may have needed. As well as our CEO at the time, Cadence Komoana, was employed through that, which is included in that number, and the previous year was Bella, who was contracted through the professional services fees that you can see in there too. On the next slide, you'll see a summary of our distribution. So MFT allocates 30% of our Te Kupenga dividend that we receive out into distributions to our people. So in the 2021 year, we received a 400k dividend from Te Kupenga, which resulted in 120k being allocated out by way of distributions. This graph shows you the categories that the distributions are allocated to. And just a note as well, our current distributions are open and able to be applied for if you're willing. So they're on our website. Please go have a look and apply for any grants that you may be able to apply for. In the next slide, it takes us through our balance sheet. So our group equity as at 30 September was 54,190,000. In comparison to the 41 million in the prior year. So the main change between those two figures and between the 2 years was the $11 million asset revaluation that I spoke about earlier. So that related to our quota, our AFL shares and our investment portfolios. There's a pie graph in the bottom right-hand corner which shows you a makeup of our assets. So you can see 25% of our assets sits in the fishing quota, which Te Kupenga manages on our behalf. 43% sits in our investment portfolios, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner is broken into whether it's MMTB, MFT or Te Kupenga, which holds it, and where it's invested. That table also shows you a good breakdown of the return on investment, the ROI, on 2021, and the various returns that each of those funds make. You may question why there's such big variances in terms of those percentages. So across the portfolios, they're all invested in different portions. Some are highly geared towards equities, some have bonds and fixed interest and a various range of assets. So depending on which investment portfolio they have different requirements, and that's how the percentages may differ. You'll note that across the group in 2021, the investment portfolio return was 6.9% in comparison to 2020, which was 3.78%. Noting that COVID had a big impact in the 2020 year. In the 2021 year, we did see a bit of higher returns based on the recovery after that initial COVID hit. Cool. So that's a summary of our financial statements that relate to the annual accounts that we've got there. And now I'm going to just quickly move on to a comparison of our 2021 results against what we had budgeted to happen. So in this slide, you will see MMTB. You'll see the first column being what our results were, the second column being what we thought we were going to do in our budget, and a variance of that. So the traffic lights on the side means green for good, it's a good positive variance. Yellow for not as good. So by way of example, if we look at the total income line, in 2021 we made $6 million. We actually only budgeted to make 2.9, so we obviously made $3 million more than we thought we were going to make, so that's a green traffic light there. If we look at the total operating expenses, we spent $7 million. We thought we were going to spend $3.7 million, so we've got a negative variance of $3 million and the orange traffic light there. So similar stories, you can see the Marae renovation funding not being included in the budget, but we actually kicked that project off in January last year, and similar to the resulting Maniapoto Marae renovation costs that you can see at the bottom of the operating expenses, as well as the treaty work streams that I spoke about earlier. So there was higher level of activity, and that resulted in increased income as well as increased expenses. And then as well, higher staff costs to budget based on a few new roles that weren't budgeted to happen. And just a final note on the non-operating income in the bottom line, so that relates to the investment portfolios and the revaluations being above what we had budgeted as well. So MMTB resulted in a net surplus of $64,000. I think it's the first time in the last couple of years that it's been a positive or break-even position, so we've managed to get the contract funding to cover most of the work streams that we've been trying to achieve. If we just finish off with the next slide is MFT. So similar graph, you'll see the similar traffic lights on the side there. Less activity occurs in our MFT trust. So as mentioned, we received the 400k dividend income from Te Kupinga against the budget of 350,000. So we got an additional 50,000 that we were expecting. And similarly, that resulted in an additional distribution allocation. So you can see we're over budget there. So that's based off the 30% that I mentioned earlier. Their portfolio investments weren't as good as budget, just based off being on a different risk and investment portfolio. So theirs were negatively impacted by COVID in the 2021 year. The professional fees that came through, you can see is above budget there. So MFT did at the beginning of the financial year do a strategic review around Te Kupinga, as Craig mentioned, around the statement of corporate intent and things that have resulted from that strategic review. And MFT as a whole for 2021 resulted in a net surplus of $135,000 against a budget of $159,000. I think that's all for our quick summary of our financial statements. I've tried to keep it high level and hopefully easier to understand, so any pātai.
Kia ora, Jamie. Just want to acknowledge Jamie as our PO manager for Roadinga, which is our corporate services part of the board. Jamie has joined us in the last 12 months. And she's doing a fantastic job. Also want to acknowledge Owen Mitai Wells, who is our CFO, our Chief Financial Officer, working with us from Deloitte. And I also want to acknowledge Bella Takiari Brown, who is our Chair of our Audit and Risk Subcommittee of the board. I do want to just speak very quickly to a couple of the key aspects of Jamie's update. One of them is she talked about the funding that we received in January last year from the Provincial Growth Fund, the PGF fund, and that funding was to support marae renovation across the Rohe. So there were 14 marae who participated in that opportunity. We created 48 jobs through the PGF marae renovation project, and the feedback that we have had from our marae across the Rohe who have participated in the PGF funding has been extremely positive. I just really want to acknowledge marae trustees, those at the respective marae who have worked very hard to engage with our project team and to support that work to occur. So a fantastic outcome in terms of supporting our marae, and a fantastic outcome in terms of providing opportunities for work and training for almost 50 of our young people within the Rohe. I do want to encourage whānau for you to please send through any questions. If you are on the Zoom call, please do post those questions. If you are joining us via Facebook, please do post your questions online. As we are moving through our agenda, we will pause and respond to any questions that are coming through. At this...
I've just got a couple of questions.
Kapai. Thanks, Jamie.
So I can just see a couple of questions that have come through from Charles Taitua, or Wheel. So in relation to the group, the net surplus of $1.2 million, is it a cash surplus, as in, is it in the bank? So it is in various portions. So part of that is made out of cash returns in our investment portfolio, so it sits in the bank through them. So not necessarily readily available for us as MMTB or MFT to distribute, but a large portion of that 1.2 is cash surplus. I did have a little note that I didn't touch on the bottom of the slides around intercompany elimination. So what that referred to was in the table, it had MMTB as a group, and then it had, it had our group as a total. It had MMTB, MFT, Te Kupinga below that. So what that referred to is that the sum of those three didn't necessarily add up to the total group number. And why that is because we can't recognise any revenue or expenses that are received within our group. So for example, and the main elimination that we refer to is the dividend that Te Kupinga pays to MFT. So because MFT owns Te Kupinga completely, it's not something that we can recognise by way of revenue because it's within our group. So that's eliminated there. So that's the 400k dividend. In terms of the group distribution percentage out to marae, so Glenda's asked around that and the target distribution percentage. So kia ora Glenda. So our target, or how we allocate our distributions at this stage, is 30% of the Te Kupinga dividend. So that's based on MFT's existing policies, so it's really dependent on the performance is how we determine how much cash we can then distribute. In the last year we did have 11 marae that was paid out. Yeah, hopefully that answers the question there.
Hi, Jamie. Please, Whānau, if you do have any questions, I do want to encourage you to keep please posting those questions on Facebook, or if you are joining us via Zoom, to put those questions in the chat. As we move through the course of the agenda, we will pause as those questions are coming through and we will respond to those questions. All right, so we have a mover and a seconder for our financial report. So the mover is Bella and the seconder is Tame. So moved and seconded. And I just want to again, before we receive the full financial report, just acknowledge the hard work of the whole team. This is a significant improvement in terms of financial performance on our previous year. So Jamie, to you and to Owen, and of course to Bella and the members of our Audit and Risk Subcommittee, thank you for your hard work over the course of the year. So moved and seconded, and we will then approve those financial statements and report for the financial year 2020 to 2021. Moved Bella and seconded Tame. We also have a resolution for auditors for the next financial year, and so the resolution is that PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC Hamilton be reappointed as our auditors for the next financial year. I do want to thank PwC. We think that PwC do a thorough job in terms of the audit of our accounts, and as a board we're happy with the level of service that we are receiving from PwC. Again, the mover for that resolution is Bella and the seconder is Tame. So moved and seconded, and I will pass the resolution that PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC Hamilton be appointed as our auditors for the next financial year. All right, we are making good progress, everyone. I think there's some real upside to us having online AGMs. But again, please do send through your questions and we will respond to them as they come through. I do see some of the questions actually being responded to online. So that's fantastic as well. I can see directors of Te Kupinga and I can see trustees responding in the chat to these questions as they arise. But we will make sure that to the best of our ability that any questions that are coming up that haven't been responded to, that we will respond to those in the course of our agenda. All right, I now want to pass the rākau over to Glenn, who's going to take us through a treaty settlement update. Can I just first of all acknowledge Glenn as our treaty negotiator? I did mention and reinforce through the annual report and the Chair's report that this has been a very significant 12 months for us in achieving the ratification of our treaty settlement. And as a board, we get to see on a daily basis the hard work that takes place in working through the treaty settlement negotiations. I really want to acknowledge Glenn as our negotiator. I want to acknowledge the team, and I want to make a special mention here of Stephen, of Shah, and of Catherine, who have been the treaty settlement team through the course of our negotiations. They have done an outstanding job. So Glenn, I want to acknowledge you as our negotiator. I also want to acknowledge our previous negotiators as highlighted in our annual report. So Glenn, ka tuku nā tu te rākau ki a koe.
Tēnā koe ki. E te iwi, kia ora katoa tātou. Tuatahi e te tuakana tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe I tō tuku I te karakia whakatūwhera tō tātou hui, I tēnei rā no reira tēnei ka mihi atu ki a koe. A tuarua, e mihi ana ki ngā koroheke me ngā ruruhi, e tautoko ana mātou. I te wai haere ana mātou I te motu, kia kōrero ai ki te iwi, kei reira koutou. Nō reira, kāre te puna mihi e mimiti ki a koutou, ngā kaumātua e tautoko ana I a mātou nō reira, tēnei ka mihi atu ki a koutou. Ki a koutou e te iwi, he wāroa e tatari ana tātou, kia tūtuki I tēnei kaupapa, hoi anō I te mutunga o tērā tau, nā tō koutou tautoko, kia tūtuki pai tētahi wāhanga nui o te huarahi nei. Nō reira, ko tēnei uri, ngō Ngāti Apukura, ngō Ngāti Hikairo, no Waikato o Tirā, o Ngāti Maniapoto e mihi kauake ana ki a koutou katoa. Nō reira, tēnei ka mihi. Ko Glenn Tūtō tōku ingoa. So I just wanted to firstly echo our Chair's statements earlier about the significance of the support from our people for the deed of settlement at the end of last year. So to those who have been on this journey far longer than I want to acknowledge you all. To all of those whānau who rallied all of their whānau to cast their votes, and ultimately to everyone out there in the iwi who did cast their votes, I just want to acknowledge you all. Without your tautoko, this where we've got to in the settlement would not have been possible. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. So I'll just be providing an update today on our treaty settlement. So if we go to the next slide, just as a quick recap, so back in 2016, the Crown recognised the mandate of the Trust Board. The Crown and the Board then signed terms of negotiation in December 2016, and on the 15th of August 2017, the Crown and Maniapoto signed Te Huatahi, our agreement in principle. Fast forward to December 2020, and the Board and the Crown initialed a deed of settlement, and that meant it was ready to take to you all through the ratification process that was held last year. Through that process, our people ultimately overwhelmingly supported the deed of settlement. And again, I want to thank and acknowledge you all for getting us to that point. Then last year, unfortunately due to COVID, we were unable to hold a signing ceremony, so the deed was signed by the trustees and the minister when we were in lockdown in November last year. The Board and Te Nehe Nui are committed though to holding a ceremony with the Prime Minister in our rohe when it is safe to do so. So I just wanted to note that. So we're now in the legislative phase, and so the Maniapoto Claims Settlement Bill was introduced to Parliament in December, and I wanted to also acknowledge our whānau and pōneke who, given COVID was rampant within Te Nehe Nui at the time, attended the first reading of the bill on our behalf. So Peter Douglas, Paul Meredith, our kuia Bella Tarawhiti, to name just a few. Ultimately, once the bill has its third reading, all of the settlement assets will transfer. So if we go to the next slide, and just to break it down a little bit further, again the deed was initialed in December 2020, meaning it was ready to take out to you all through that ratification process. That ratification took place in July and August of last year, and it culminated in that positive result with at least 82% support for each of the resolutions. Again, the deed was signed, albeit under COVID conditions, in November last year, and so with the bill being introduced to Parliament in December, we're now in that legislative or that settlement legislation phase, and we'll step through the timing of that shortly. And then finally, the assets will ultimately be transferred to our post-settlement governance entity, Te Nehe Nui. So if we just go to through a quick recap on what is included in the deed of settlement. So in there we've got the background and historical account, and I want to acknowledge our historian Paul Meredith, who put in lots of effort to make sure that we set out a full and comprehensive account of our engagement with the Crown since 1840. Off the back of that historical account, there are a number of Crown acknowledgements and apology. And again, we look forward to, when it's safe to do so, have those apologies given by the Prime Minister to our people in our rohe. In terms of cultural redress, so the number and size of cultural sites being returned to us is one of the largest in terms of treaty settlements. And so wāhi tapu, like the site at Haurua, the Te Kuiti Railway Car Park, 29 scenic reserves, the likes of Manga Ōkewa, and name changes such as Te Ara o Tūrongo, the main trunk line through our rohe. Those are things which the deed of settlement enables. In terms of commercial and financial redress, there are Crown Forest licensed lands that are returned to the iwi. We've got deferred selection properties, so properties we're able to purchase, rights of first refusal over a number of properties. So for the next, or when we signed Te Huatahi, it was 177 years since the signing of the treaty. So for the next 177 years, we said we want the first right to be able to purchase those properties, and so that is captured in the deed of settlement. And lastly, but not least, the 165 million, if we add on the interest together with the Crown Forest licensed land accumulated rentals, we're looking at ultimately getting back around $177 million on settlement. So that's just a quick summary of the deed. In terms of the bill, so if we go to the next slide, the bill had its first reading in December last year, and following that there are a number of steps that we need to go through before the bill ultimately becomes an act. So the first one there, the Māori Affairs Select Committee hearings. So we're currently in the process of those hearings. The first one was last Wednesday, and it's going to conclude next Wednesday. That's live streamed on the Māori Affairs Select Committee Facebook page, so if you want to see the video from last week or tune in next week, you're welcome to do so. It's an opportunity for submitters to submit on the bill. From there, the committee will produce a report which is due on the 15th of June, and then we continue on through those phases. So the second reading that will ultimately be in the second half of this year. MPs then consider the bill further before a final third reading, which we're hopeful that COVID will have lessened by then and we're able to attend Parliament. That will be a significant occasion. And then following that, for the bill to ultimately become an act, it needs to get royal assent. So that's the process for the Maniapoto Claims Settlement Bill. And then finally, I just wanted to raise as well that negotiations in respect of Kāwhia Harbour, they were specifically carved out of the main settlement. And so those negotiations are in the early phases now. Matua John Carty is our negotiator for the Kāwhia Harbour negotiations, and the same team that supported the treaty settlement are also supporting him for those negotiations. And like Keith, I just want to acknowledge the team, Stephen, Shah, Catherine, Marisa, for all the help and support behind to make these things run as smoothly as they do. So in respect of the Kāwhia Harbour negotiations, those negotiations run alongside our Waikato whanaunga. So Rahui Papa is the Waikato negotiator, and on the other side, Sir Brian Roach is the Crown lead negotiator. And we've taken into those negotiations the similar principles around Te Mana Whatu Ahuru that we took into our main negotiation. So mana atua, that the worldview of Maniapoto is upheld and sustained in our rohe, that will apply to Kāwhia Moana. Mana tangata, that our whakapapa connections to each other reaffirm and sustain our capacity to be productive and prosperous. And so we're working alongside our Waikato whanaunga there. Importantly, mana moana, that the oranga of Kāwhia Moana is at the forefront of decision making, and we have the capacity to exercise and sustain our responsibility as kaitiaki in respect of the moana at all levels. And then the last one, manaakitanga, the capacity to exercise a generosity of spirit. So that's just a quick update there as well. So happy to address or answer any questions we have there. I understand we've also got the team there as well. But Mr Chair, koira tāku.
Tēnā koe, Glenn. Comprehensive report. I just do want to pause just for a moment. I know I've mentioned this already in our presentation this morning. This has been a long journey for us. It's been a long journey for our people, and I know we've talked about the settlement process over the last 30 years, where many of our families across the whole of the rohe mobilised, prepared and presented to the Waitangi Tribunal, through to the point where we entered into a mandating process back in 2016, the negotiations that have been underway since that time. Glenn has acknowledged our negotiators, through to the point last year where the decision was in your hands around whether or not the proposed settlement would be ratified by you as the people within Te Nehenui. And I don't think you can in any way underestimate how important this whole process has been for many of us. And so I do want to take a moment just to reflect and acknowledge families across all of the rohe who did a huge amount of work and engaging through the tribunal in the settlement process. Many of those whānau members are no longer with us, And I think it is an appropriate time just to pause and to reflect and to think about those whānau members across all of our families who have given so much to get us to this stage. Nō reira, kāre he mutunga o te kupu ki a kūtau. Kei o mātou mātua, kei o mātou tūpuna, nā kūtau tēnei kaupapa nui i kawe i roto i ngā tau. Tēnei rā mātou o tēnei whakatupuranga e mihi ana ki a kūtau. Kia oki atu kūtau i roto i te moenga roa, kia takatoa i kūtau i roto ngā ringa o tō tātou piringa i te wāhi ngaro. Kāre he mutunga o te mahara ki a kūtau, o te whakaaro ki a kūtau, moi mai rā, oki mai rā, takato, oki atu rā. Nō reira, tātou te pito ora, e tau nei, e whakahui nei i tēnei rā, tēnei anō mātou o te poari e mihi ana ki a kūtau, kia tātou, tēnā kūtau, tēnā tātou katoa. All right, we are very keen to receive questions, and I do hope that you have got some really difficult questions for Glenn, because he enjoys really difficult questions. Please do post those questions up and we will come to those questions as they come through. But before we move on, there are one or two questions that have been raised around the financials, and I'm going to ask Jamie to respond. There was a question in particular that was raised around our staffing. So Jamie, could you please respond to those questions?
Sure. Sorry, I'll just scroll through and find where it's gone. I think the question was around the staff costs being quite high at $3 million. I can't find it exactly in front of me, but actually in our 2021 accounts, so in page 65 of the annual report or page 12 of the financials itself, Note 5, employee benefits has 1.9 mil as our total cost for the 2021 year. In September we had around 36 FTE, and this number also includes, because it's a group account, it includes our general manager from Te Kupinga. So across the 36 people, or 37 maybe including Tony, we've got $1.9 million. I guess we do have a range of roles as well. So in terms of, I think there was also a reference to market comparisons. I think we're probably maybe at the lower scale of the market comparisons for our roles. Amber Lee has been going through a bit of a review at the moment to kind of see where our staff are, to make sure we're looking after our staff that we do have, as well as there are changes in minimum wages coming as well as every year in the past couple of years. So yeah, we're trying to make sure that we're benchmarking well and looking after our staff.
We are long overdue for a review of salaries for our staff. As I've said earlier in talking to the Chair's report, you know, we have a wonderful team of staff that go above and beyond in the work that they do. We have been dealing with this whole COVID situation. You know, 2 years ago when COVID first hit, what we determined as a board and as an organisation was that COVID was our priority. And so everybody within our staff fully got on board with that, and they essentially did so much above what was set out within their job descriptions to respond to the needs of our families. So, you know, I cannot speak more highly of the staff that we have within our organisation. I do want to acknowledge them. I do want to thank them for their work. And I think the question that has been raised appropriately, you know, around costs in terms of staffing. You know, it does place an obligation on us as a board to look at reviewing salaries of our staff who, as Jamie points out, are at the lower end of the scale in terms of their remuneration. So as we move forward, that has to be and will be something that we as a board need to take into consideration. So thank you for that question. Please keep those questions coming through. I am a little bit disappointed that we haven't got a really difficult question yet for Glenn. He's waiting in anticipation for the most difficult question of the day to be raised around the treaty settlement space. All right, there are a number of questions that have come through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to our next agenda item, and we will come back to these questions and we will respond to them. So the next agenda item is the 2021-2022 annual plan and budget. And I just want to introduce to you, in her first appearance as Chief Executive at an AGM, Amber Lee. I want to acknowledge first up Cadence Kaumoana, who was our Chief Executive up to the end of last year. So as I have acknowledged in my Chair's report, I also want to acknowledge today and thank Cadence for her contribution, her significant contribution to the board over her tenure as our Chief Executive. But I'm very, very pleased to also welcome Amber Lee as our Chief Executive. Amber Lee has been in the role since the 10th of January. And she's doing a wonderful job, and so I'm now going to hand over to Amber Lee and ask her to take us through the annual plan and budget for 21-22.
Kia ora Keith, tēnā tātou. Ko te tuatahi e mihi ana ki te kaikawe I te karakia I te atanei. E taki, tēnā rā koe. E ngā hapu e ngā karangatanga maha e hono mai nei ki tā tātou hui ātau. I te rangi nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Ko hau, ko Amber Lee Elliott, te tumu whakarai hau o te poari nei, e mihi atu nei. Nō reira, kia ora hui hui tātou katoa kahuri. On behalf of the PO management team and I, we have the pleasure of taking you through today the MMTB and MFT 2021-22 annual plan and budget. Throughout the key priority goals of the strategic PO, myself and our PO management team, some are here, some are joining via Zoom, will look to share on some key areas that the board and I and our staff will continue to work on. So without much further ado, I will hand it over firstly to PO Maniapoto. Kia koe taki.
Kia ora tātou, ko te hau o tūmatauenga kei te ngutu o te manuruku roa, ko ia ngā tīmatanga, ko ia te pau e mihi nei. Tēnā tātou. Ko takuruki taku ingoa no ngā marae me ngā hapu huhua o Ngāti Maniapoto a hau. Ko au te kai taki I te pau Maniapoto nei no reira kia ora katoa. Pau Maniapoto is committed to the revitalisation of te reo o Ngāti Maniapoto, strengthening paipai and developing our tribal knowledge within the organisation and iwi. Some Pau Maniapoto goals listed are recurrent of the goals of 2021, and that is because these goals are ongoing for the development of capability and capacity in the area of te reo and tikanga. This year, Pau Maniapoto aims to formulate workshops and visits to sites of significance within our rohe to further develop our iwi knowledge in areas of learning and organisations within the rohe. I just want to acknowledge our previous CE who had the foresight for this initiative. Pai Maniapoto will also continue to develop and implement the teachings of the 1904 Te Kawenata o Ngāti Maniapoto me ona hapu maha through events like, but not limited to, the annual Kawenata Awards established in 2009 to raise awareness of the covenant and its many teachings. Wānanga Pai Pai and Wānanga Reo will also be delivered in unison again this year as it was last year as kuratahi. Like other reo revitalisation activities, kuratahi addresses the status and response to the acquisition of te reo o Ngāti Maniapoto according to Te Rautaki Reo a te Nehenehe Nui 2009. I want to acknowledge MFM Te Reo o Te Iwi for initiating Wānanga Reo in 2017. As part of the Pai Maniapoto goals for this year is the Pāko Whai Oratory Summit, which will be the first Ngāti Maniapoto Manu Kōrero equivalent that aims to support the capacity of Pai Pai and Reo resurgence. Pāko Whai was planned to take place last year. Due to COVID restrictions, Pai Maniapoto was unable to deliver Pāko Whai, and so the event was paused until the 22nd of this month. Participation for Pāko Whai is now open from mokopuna to pakeke level. Those interested in participating can go to our website for more information. Finally, Pai Maniapoto is excited to coordinate and develop Te Ororopu Reo, which is a group of Ngāti Maniapoto Reo practitioners committed to the revitalisation of Te Reo o Ngāti Maniapoto and the preservation of our tikanga, ngā tikanga a Ngāti Maniapoto. Te Ororopu Reo has and will meet quarterly each year to build Reo corpus and socialise through online platforms. Akati, koutou tātou kei ngā haue whā o te motu, kei ngā tōpito o te ao, tēnei te Pai Maniapoto kātou, kia ora katoa.
Kia ora taki. Pau tāngata. Pau Tangata focuses on the tribal, our iwi tribal database, as well as our call centre and matters around treaty settlement and engaging our people and also advocating to also for our rangatahi. Bullets 1 to 4 refer to our tribal iwi contact centre or tribal database. Bullet 1 specifically looks to enhancing the current tribal database system to improve its capabilities and functionalities to integrate into existing MMTB systems such as our website, social media, apps and beyond. Bullet 2, during the enhancement process of the database, it's also about ensuring our online platforms are user-friendly and fit for purpose. Bullets 3 and 4 look towards the ongoing maintenance to maintain data integrity, and bullet 5 around our rangatahi is to affirm their aspirations through continued he ko wharawhara wānanga. The last bullet point regarding COVID response hub, Sonia hit it, and very shortly we'll discuss that even further through Pau Mataro. So ka huri kia koe, Sonia.
Hapu e ngā marae e te reo whakamuimiti. Tātou katoa e hono mai nei, kia ora kui tātou katoa. Ko Sonia hete tahau, and it's my pleasure to be back on board to lead and to manage Te Pau Matarau, a community-led initiative. This was developed and is being managed by the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board to respond to the challenges that lay before us, with the ever-growing emergence and the impact that the COVID variant, Omicron, has and will bring upon our whānau and our communities. Matarau addresses a coordinated response to the COVID by the establishment of one of 13 hubs that will be established across the Waikato region, designed and delivered by local people to our people. Putiki, the Central Community Hub, will house the call centre and general inquiries, our initial contact and follow up with our positive whānau or COVID positive whānau will be through engaging with the National Contact Tracing System, the Here to Help You online portal, where Pūtuki will act as both a connector and a service provider. We'll also be engaged in the in-home self-isolation support, for instance, Kai water essentials. And we'll also continue with our community centre testing station Te Ora o Ngātai. This was established in October 2021. And in terms of vaccination, we'll continue to partner and deliver vaccination opportunity where possible with the DHB and our local communities. We will build upon, again, strong relationships we've already developed to fortify our collaborative efforts and to ensure that our whānau, our communities are kept well informed via our call centre, social media, website, newspaper, MFM, Te Reo or TV will be some of the platforms or the primary platforms we'll use as we prepare to meet the challenges before us. Nō reira, kia haumaru te noho, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka huri kia koe, Tīpini.
Māori tātou, ahi ai Māori tātou. Kone taku hononga kia Maniapoto no Ngāti Apakura no Ngāti Kairo hoki. Engari he uri anō no Ngāti Te Ngārangi me tērā hononga kia Ngāti Koroki Kahukura. Nō reira katou toko hia ngā mihi ko tukana I te rangi nei. So, happy to, many of you that are in the Kaitiaki space are of course familiar with the co-management legislation over the Waipa River, and that's driven a lot of the work streams that we have on the go and also moving forward up until the end of this year and beyond. And much of that is around relationships with our local authorities, which is our top bullet point, and central government agencies, which is our CORDS implementation. So that'll be an area of focus, including, you see there, service level agreements, exploring cost recovery and working with our mana whenua regional management committees and how to do that in a way that recognises the countless hours that we will put in or you will put in as kaitiaki. So that follows on to resource consent applications, supporting the mana whenua and RMCs where they request our support in terms of processing resource consents or other matters of importance to mana whenua. Part of that is around having hui with Te Mana Taiao and hui a Taiao or hui Taiao a iwi, and we're developing at the moment a training program. Many of you are aware of ko tā Maniapoto Mahere Taiao, the Maniapoto Environmental Management Plan, rejuvenating that training program, and then other areas. There's so many central government reforms underway at the moment, is making sure that the Maniapoto voice comes through. Our taonga register, checking the integrity and the security of that system, because there's so much important information there, and then sharing it with local authorities as security levels permit. The Waipa River cleanup priorities, there are 5 that the board is directly involved with in some way, oftentimes in a support role that is rightfully so mana whenua led, and so we're happy to support in that area, and there'll be ongoing funding available. We're aware that the Waikato River Authority is starting a review of the Ture Whaimana, the vision and strategy this year. We look forward to being involved in that and also providing support to the board's appointee, Wikitoria Tāne, who is the board's appointee or Maniapoto's appointee to the Waikato River Authority. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa ka huri kia wai a muri aki ahau, pau tahua, kia ora rā.
Kia ora Tīpene. Pautahua, the first 2 bullet points regarding treaty settlements and the Kawhia Harbour negotiations was covered just a short time ago by Glenn. The third bullet point around marae development and opportunities, again gives reference to where Jamie touched on in the financials for the PGF marae renovation project. So this year looks to completing all renovation or all outstanding renovation works, as well as a publication of the kaupapa, as well as a small pilot marae solar project for 2 marae. This is in partnership with the Lines Company, so that is something separate. The last bullet point around the MSD Community Connector roles, those are now redeployed under Sonia's leadership with Pou Matarau and our iwi response to COVID. And last but not least is the continuation of service delivery of our early childhood education services at Te Puke Iti, which will be in its 9th year this year. So, ka huri kia koe, please, Jamie. Pauraringa.
Kia ora team. So, back to our Rauringapo. The Rauringapo basically is our corporate services function for the board. So we look after finance, HR, IT, some of our properties, and basically the nature of our PO is to support the other strategic PO to deliver on their goals for our people. Sorry. The goals that we've got set out there are basically ongoing goals that support the corporate service function across each of the teams, but are really, rather than annual, they're basically core functions that we need to maintain on behalf of our staff and our iwi. The nature is around compliance and making sure that all the correct processes, procedures, anything that's really required to keep our iwi and our assets safe, and as well as our staff in terms of their delivery. So our goals really are around building a strong foundation to enable and allow the success of all strategic PO. And each of the following bullet points you can see kind of support that nature of why our Rauringa PO is here. Some of the key items there, so we've outlined health and safety. We've been reviewing our existing health and safety procedures within the board at the moment. We've just gone through a refresh of our committee and just bringing everyone back together as a whole in terms of, there's quite a few of the, we've called them high risk, but more just in terms of our business projects that are going on, being PGF marae redevelopment, the COVID environment, and a few other things that we're managing internally as well, and while our staff are there. Supporting transition into PSGE, so you're going to hear later in today's presentation from Te Nehe Nui. So we work alongside them where we can, as well as the last bullet point is more around how we enable our staff to keep safe and to be able to do what they can through living with the COVID environment that we may continually experience for the next year or so. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jamie. So that concludes the strategic PO of our annual plan this year. So what we're going to look to do is go back to Jamie to go through the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board budget for 2022, as well as the Maniapoto Fisheries Trust budget for 2022. Thank you, Jamie.
Awesome. So basically, to support all of the annual goals that have been outlined to you across the various PO, we present our FY22 budget for you for your review today. We are forecasting a net profit or a net surplus of $2,000, so basically break even this financial year. Basically, what that means is that we're looking to cover all of our operating expenses by way of contract funding that we're able to obtain or to look towards getting. One key item that's in our FY22 budget that wasn't in our 21 accounts that we've talked about earlier is COVID response. So I think there was a question around $1.9 million that the board received in December. We got granted that from Te Arawhiti in terms of looking towards enhancing the Māori vaccination rates across the rohe. We currently are working through that with Te Arawhiti to see if we can widen the scope of that funding so we can look towards our Pūtiki hub, which in the Māori, which Sonia mentioned, and just to see if we can help people self-isolate and look after themselves in the Omicron environment, which wasn't necessarily prevalent when we applied for that funding towards the end of the last calendar year. This year also sees the wind down of our PGF project, so you can see the marae renovation funding and costs outlined there, so that's the remainder of the funding that we received in 2021. The treaty settlement funding is a lot less again in this year based on the wind down of the costs and tēnei henui working through the deed of settlement proceedings with Parliament. In here is the Kawhia Harbour negotiations workstream, which Glenn touched on earlier as well. The other probably key thing to note based on comparison to 2021 is our expenses. They're up from the 21 budget of 4.25 million, which refers to, here you'll see the staff costs actually are budgeted around $3 million, and what is included in there is 14 or up to 14 kaimanaki roles, which is funded through DHB, and they're the team that we've got set up with our swabbing and testing here at the CTC Te Kuiti site, and hopefully we'll get a few more on board to help support other areas as well. And also included in there is another 8 roles that support that $1.9 million funding that we've got. So that includes Sonia's role as the Pūtiki lead, a number of additional call centre staff and other kaimahi that can help support our whānau in self-isolation and under that sort of work stream. The other key revenue items that weren't prevalent in the 2021 year, we do have a various range of smaller contracts through our income, including a 500k funding for our tangata tribal platform that Amber Lee touched on and the PO support there, as well as some Maniapoto funding to support Dougie's work streams around pākowhai, kuratahi, and those sort of items. If we go to the next slide as well, we'll just touch on MFT's budget for 2022. Very similar to 2021 in this instance. We've budgeted a similar 350k Te Kupunga dividend, similar dividend income expectation from Te Ohu Kaimoana as well, and same with the distributions being that 30% again as well. Yeah, that's probably covers off those.
Ka so thank you to the PO management team and sharing in the various areas that they all work so selflessly through year on year. So at this point, Keith, this concludes the annual plan plus the annual budgets. Happy to hand it back for any Q&A.
Kia ora, Amberley. It's been wonderful to hear our PO management team present to you all today. This is actually the first time that we've had each of our PO managers talk to their respective areas of work in terms of the plan and the budget for the current year. I do want to also acknowledge and welcome Sonia Hettit back to home base. It's wonderful to have Sonia as a previous chief executive back on board, and Sonia's taken an extremely challenging role. Her role is to provide leadership and oversight over our response to COVID. So Sonia's been in the role for a very short space of time. She's really hit the ground running, and just want to acknowledge Sonia and welcome her back. But also just to acknowledge that there is a significant focus and leverage of resourcing that the board is seeking to support our families through the COVID space. I do want to note that it has been extremely frustrating for us to get government agencies to respond in a timely manner in this space. We have worked tirelessly to bring together our whole community over the last number of months to bring together a community-wide approach to supporting our response to COVID and to supporting our families at this time. And I just really want to acknowledge all of the community groups who have really, come together and supported a collective approach. But I do want to note that it has been really frustrating to try and get government to get themselves sorted to respond to the needs of our communities at this time. It's a continued frustration, it's an ongoing frustration, and the team are really feeling the pressure, but we're doing everything we can to respond to the needs of our families with the resources that we have, and that's what's been set out in the 21-22 annual plan and budget. So the annual plan and budget for 2021-2022 has been received. We have a mover, Wikitoria Tāne, and a seconder, Luke Moss. So moved and seconded, and note receipt of the annual plan and annual budget for the 2021-2022 year. There have been a couple of questions that have come through. Some of them have been directed to Glenn in the treaty settlement space, and there has also been a question in the financial space. So that question has been around moving forward, and a question around distribution. So I'd like to ask that we defer that question to the part in the agenda where Te Nehe Nehe Nui will be providing a report. So Bella and Kruger will respond to that question. But right now, the questions around the settlement, I think there may be 2 or 3 of those questions. I'm going to ask Glenn to respond to those questions now.
Thanks, Keith. So people have obviously taken up your wero to give me some really difficult questions. Kia ora mō tēnā. So one of the questions was around what are the board doing to ensure rereahu te ihi ngārangi mana whenua issues are resolved. So look, from the outset we've sought to ensure that kotahitanga was always at the forefront when we're out there having these discussions. And I want to specifically acknowledge Matua Gabe Moana, Hirere Moana and Jack Wharekoka Tereti and others who have presented submissions before the Māori Affairs Committee. I think despite our differences, at the end of the day we are all still whānau, and I think we all acknowledge that at the end of the day ko tahi ana te hoariri ara te karauna, and so the fight has always been to ensure that as much as possible we get back what we can from the Crown. From day one, our negotiators before myself right through have always said everything within our rohe, we want it all back, and so that has been always the starting position. So just in respect to that specific question, Te Nehe Nehe Nui does allow for a space for our rereahu whānau to participate if and when they choose. So, again, despite our differences, I think there are ways and means that we can all work together. So that's the first question. There's a question from Mihi Rāwhiti, specifically around kāinga ora. And so, yes, along with a number of significant relationship agreements that will be entered into, in the deed of settlement, there's a specific provision around Te Nehe Nehe Nui and kāinga ora entering into a future relationship that will enable the parties to establish a relationship, including ways and means in which the parties can work together to further the aspirations for Ngāti Maniapoto within our rohe. So that is within the deed as well. There's also a question here from As Atutahi Lake, just around whether the treaty settlement includes first right of refusal on any Crown-owned land? And if so, is there any way or anything that prevents councils from offloading these prior to settlement? That's a really good question. So generally, Crown land is not part of treaty settlements. We pushed the Crown and we said to them, you know, there are some specific sites within our rohe that are currently held by councils, and those are wāhi tapu and are really important to Ngāti Maniapoto. So specifically, I'm talking there about sites like Kākāmutu. So in the deed, we've acknowledged that through the Otorahanga District Council, we're going to work with them to ensure that that comes back, and that need not wait until the settlement, so they can come back before the settlement. Similarly to Mō Takiora, working with the Waitomo District Council, and I think it's fair to say that those councils, we've had a number of discussions with them, and they're quite keen to work alongside us as well. So really good question, and yes, those are possible, and you know, the relationships we're building with those councils, we're wanting to ensure that if other opportunities come up, that we take those as well. Kia ora, Keith.
Kia ora, Glenn. Keep those questions coming, please, whānau. It's great to see the feedback that's coming through both on the Zoom platform but also on Facebook. And there are now a number of questions that are starting to come through, and we will look to respond to those questions as we move through the course of our hui today. All right, we're now going to go to a couple of video presentations. The first one is an update from Raniera Winikare as the Chief Executive of Maniapoto FM. Maniapoto FM do a fantastic job, and it's wonderful to have Raniera give us an update on the activities within Maniapoto FM. We then are going to go to our guest speaker for today, David Letele, the brown butterbean, as he's known, is of Maniapoto Whakapapa, and so very much looking forward to hearing what David has to share with us today. So we're going to move now to those two video presentations.
Kia hiki nā te tapu o te kupu ki tōna tāhuhu ki tōna taumata. Ko te mananui o te rangi kei te toi o ngā rangi. Ko kingi tūheitia pō te tau te whero te tuawhitu kei te nukuroa o te whenua. Te whare tapu orere ahu, ngā peka o te kauau māro o Maniapoto me ona hapu maha. Te nehe nui whānui, te nā kūtau katoa. Kei ngā mate tāruru nui o te wā, ko te pō ki a kūtau. Ko te awatea kei a tātou e pupuru nei te rongo maiwhiti o tua whakarere. Ti hei mauri ora ki te whai ao ki te ao marama. Nau mai whakaopiti mai ki tēnei pūrongo a te rewirirangi o Maniapoto. For more than 30 years, MFM has been the kaitiaki and repository of kōrero tukuiho o te nehe nui. We broadcast approximately 5,500 hours of reo Māori content every year. MFM connects whānau, hapu and iwi to our reo, tikanga and tribal identity. COVID-19 has presented a number of challenges for everyone, including MFM. MFM remains agile to meet the ever-changing needs of our audience. Anei, ko ngā ko iriri me ngā ko neke o te tau, ka mahu e ki muri nei. Hei whakaupoko ake ki ngā mahi reo irirangi. To remain relevant, inclusive and audience-focused, MFM currently broadcasts a bilingual radio format. MFM's funding arrangement means that we broadcast a total of 7 hours of reo Māori content each day. This comprises of 3 hours local te nehe nui content and 4 hours of other reo content, which consists of waiata Māori, external te reo advertising and reo programs. MFM currently has 4 live on-air shows. Wake Up with te Raruraru host Matua Abe Mita has been a mainstay, entertaining our kaumātua and wider whānau with humour, waiata and local stories every weekday morning. To meet demand, the show was extended by an hour in 2021 and broadcasts from 5 to 7 in the morning. MFM Breakfast Show host Kane Wharepodi keeps the audience informed and entertained in the mornings with the latest news, kaupapa aiwi, and events. MFM Days with Te Aroa is a new addition to our on-air lineup. Te Aroa is no stranger to our people. He brings a wealth of knowledge of te ao Māori, te reo Māori, and a passion for music, which he is always happy to share with others. MFM Beats with Leon Hemara keeps our whānau audio hydrated in the afternoons. Leon's cheeky wit and storytelling abilities have made him a favourite amongst our audience. Ki ngā take ipurangi. Online engagement across all MFM's platforms has increased significantly over the past 12 months. It became clear that during times of uncertainty, MFM becomes the main source of information for our whānau, particularly around our local Te Nehenehe Nui COVID-19 response. MFM's online presence and activity continues to be a critical element when engaging with our people, here at home and around the world. In 2021, Te Whakaruru Hau o Ngā Reo Irirangi Māori, or the Iwi Radio Network, launched a Whare Kōrero app. Whare Kōrero is a one-stop shop where whānau here and abroad can listen, view live streams, and access the latest content from all 21 iwi radio stations, including MFM. COVID has caused many events to be either postponed or cancelled. This meant that MFM didn't attend as many kaupapa as planned. Heoi anō, e tino māra māna, he ahi pēnei ai, ko te haumarutanga o te tangata, te mea nui. Highlights from the past year were Kuratahi 2021, Wānanga Reo Wānanga Paipai, Kawenata Awards, and the recent blessing of the Te Aratika Overbridge, just to name a few. Te rautaki reo o te nehenehe nui. Kua rima tau a MFM e manaki ana i te rautaki reo o te nehenehe nui. Ina ke te huhua o ngā kaupapa kua tutuki ki roto i aua rima tau. Ko te whakamānutanga o kawa o te rautaki tērā. Ko te pai tukutuku te nehenehe nui i rakau i ra NZ tērā. Ko pai āwhina tērā. A ko ngā wānanga reo hoki tērā. I te rātau i whakahokia te rautaki ki te poari. E wā te aia MFM ki te aro ki ana no kaupapa a iwi. Heoi anō, aha kua whakahokia te taonga nei, e kore rawa a MFM e tawhiti, e tau mōra nei i tōna tautoko me tōna manawa nui ki te kaupapa whakarauara reo a te iwi. Nā whai anō heri te tonu te mahitahi a MFM me te poari, mo te reo Māori, te take. MFM has developed our very own Te Nehenehe Nui Maniapoto-centric tribal news service, Te Reo Kahika. Te Reo Kahika covers kaupapa throughout the Nehenehe Nui from a uniquely Rereahu Maniapoto perspective. These stories are broadcast on air and shared via our multiple online platforms to reach as many whānau as possible. In 2021, MFM covered Operation Marokopa, which created a national-wide frenzy. As well as capturing information about the operation itself, MFM focused on our own local Marokopa Kiritehere Hau Kāinga efforts to manaki the whānau and search and rescue teams. This content generated record-breaking engagement stats for MFM, further supporting the whakaaro that our people want to see more of themselves and hear more of their own stories. In 2022, MFM is working alongside Te Puari Māori o Maniapoto to deliver a tribal COVID-19 response strategy. MFM provides a number of services, all aimed at ensuring that our whānau, hapu and iwi, are well informed about the pandemic and what services are available for whānau in need. Hei whakakopani ake, aha kua ngā piki me ngā heke o te wā. Aha kua te matauruta ko whiti tahi tekau maiwa. Aneia MFM e ana kaimahi e ngana nei, e tohe nei, e pakanga tonu nei mo te iwi te pai ngātu, mo te reo, te ora ngāke. I'm immensely proud of the team and their achievements over the past year. I want to acknowledge and thank my own MFM board and our licence holder, the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, for your unwavering support. Ka tiake e te iwi nui tonu. Kia au, kia mau, tēnā koutou katoa.
e te tuakana rāni era o tērā koutou kai aku tuakana tuahine o Maniapoto FM. Ka rehe mutunga o te kupu whakamihi ki a koutou. E tuku nei i ngā kaupapa nunui ki te aroaro o te iwi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koe hoki ki a koe rāni era nāura te whakarāpopototanga o ngā kaupapa nunui. E kawe nei e koutou o Maniapoto FM. Nō reira tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. Just want to acknowledge Maniapoto FM. We have a wonderful relationship with MFM. They're doing wonderful work, and that relationship will continue to grow and strengthen as we move forward. Our next video is presented to us by Dave Letele. Dave is of Maniapoto. As many of us know, more than 90% of our whānau live outside of the rohe. The majority of our families who live outside of the rohe live in Hamilton and in Auckland. As we have been working through this whole issue around COVID, it's been really important for us as the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board to have strong relationships with groups and organisations outside of the rohe so that we can support our families who live in Hamilton, in Auckland and in other places around the motu. Dave Letele has been one of our key relationships. He's been one of our key partners. And Dave shares a few thoughts with us today. E te tuakana, tēnā koe.
Hey, my name is Dave Letele. I'm half Samoan and half Māori. I'm from Maniapoto and from Te Kopua Marae and also Te Hape. Primarily, we're a health and fitness group helping our people to be healthy and live healthier lifestyles, and through education as well. But when the first ever lockdown happened, I don't know how long ago, a couple of years ago, before the first ever level 4, I was contacted by a social worker asking if I could help a mother of 4 with no food and no money the day before the first ever level 4. So you can only imagine what that must have felt like for that mother. So of course I helped. As we took the food out, the kids come running up saying, "Mum, mum, mum, we've got food now." And it really broke my heart. And I understood that anyone who only had their head just above water pre-COVID is going to be struggling and drowning now. Unfortunately, that's what's happened. And, it really has had a massive effect on our people. So right there and then we started the food bank. I saw an issue and I applied myself to help as many people as I could. And from that day, we've ended up we've fed hundreds of thousands of people, and some of those people have been Maniapoto whānau that are living outside the area. What's up, team? Over the past 3 weeks, I've had the privilege of being able to serve my iwi, which is Maniapoto, and families from it that are in need. It's been a real blessing to be able to help our people. And it is tough though. This work is tough. And, a lot of the work we get supported from MSD, but we're also having to fundraise and to get donations and things like this and utilise our corporate support to make sure that our whānau get, a food parcel that you or I would take home to our whānau. So it costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, but it's very rewarding. And so my passion is helping people, and that's what we do day in, day out.
E te tuakana, Dave, tēnā koe. Just wonderful to have Dave join us at our AGM today. He does an amazing job. He does it on the smell of an oily rag and has been really central to supporting our families in South Auckland. I also want to acknowledge Maniapoto ki Tāmaki, who have also been a critical partner for us in supporting our families in Auckland through the whole COVID situation. They have been our key partner So between Maniapoto ki Tāmaki and Dave Letele in South Auckland, they have been our critical partners over the course of the last more than 12 months as we've been looking to support our families in Auckland. As we all know, Auckland was in lockdown for a significant period of time. A lot of our families were experiencing significant stress, and it was just really important for us to have good partners, key partners, our own people who we could work with, who we could partner with, who could connect with our families, and who could provide that support when it was needed. So Maniapoto ki Tāmaki, Dave Letele, tēnā koutou katoa, and again, all of our families who are on the front line, in the health space, in the social support space, te ora o ngātai, our team down there who are doing the testing, they're our nephews, they're our nieces, they're down there doing an amazing job across the board. Everyone who is in the front line supporting our families at this time, on behalf of all of the trustees of the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board and all of our staff here, just want to acknowledge you all and thank you for the work that you do for and on behalf of our people. We're going to move now to Te Nehe Nehe Nui. And so, as everyone is aware, when we went through the ratification of the settlement, one of the resolutions that we put to the people was to establish Te Nehe Nehe Nui Trust, which is going to be, or which is, our post-settlement governance entity. The chair of Te Nehe Nehe Nui is Bella Takiari Brahm, and the deputy chair is Kruja Wetere. I invite them now to take us through an update for and on behalf of Te Nehe Nehe Nui Trust.
Ko te rangi e tū nei, ko te papa e takato nei, ko te atua tō tātou piringa ka puta kaora. Me whakahonore te ariki kingi tū heitia, noho nei I runga te ahua rewa tapu o tana whae o ana tupuna. Tai mai ki tana hoa rangatira rao ko tamariki mokopuna. Tai ki tōna whare ariki katoa, tai nunga mai kia tātou. Te whānau I tēnei wā paimarere. Ko te pō ki o tātou mate o te tau, haere oki oki. Ko te ao ki a tātou te kanohi ora, kanohi tangata. Ki te reo whakakotahi o tātou whakaaro, ki te kupu whakamoimeti I te rā nei. Tātou te nehe nehe nui, kia ora hui hui tātou, katoa, kahuri. Next slide, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I raro i nā manaakitanga te rungarawa tēnā koutou. Kia piua oku mata ki kāwhia moana, kāwhia kai kāwhia tangata. Ko hoki mai ki tua whenua ki te pai o he rangi. Ki nā waikaukau o te awa kino, ki nā taha tika o nā pika pika o Otiao. Ko mōkau te piriaka o ku hapu, kia whakakō tuku au I au, kia puta atu ki manga o kiwa. Ko puke nui te maunga, ko tokanga nui anō tōku marae, ko bela takiari tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou katoa, I tautoko au ngā mihi kua mihia. I'm Bella Takiari Brown, the chair of Te Nehe Nehe Nui Trust. And this is our first report to the whānau of Te Nehe Nehe Nui as Te Nehe Nehe Nui Trust. And I'd like to welcome you all here today. We hope that technology works for us, but please bear with us and I'll hand it over. I've got a few presenters today and a few ring-ins. So I'll hand it to our Deputy Chair to introduce himself and also our Interim Establishment Director, Lee Gray. Kruja.
Tēnā tātou anō, ka nui te mihi aroha. Kei te korangitira ko tiwha tēnā koe. Koutou I o mātou rangatira o Ngāti Maniapoto, tēnā koutou katoa. Huri tēnei no Ngāti Hikairo, no Waikato Maniapoto hoki whānau. Whānau mai a hau ki te kuiti, e noho ana hau ki COVID capital Tāmaki Makaurau. Ko arepa Kruja wetere ahau. Neira tamihi, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnei te mihi mai o hā kia koutou katoa. Ko Lee Taharangi Gray tōku ingoa. Eri tēnei no ngā hapi maha o Ngāti Maniapoto. I te tau o tuku karaua, e rere te manu ki kāwhia hāwa, ki kāwhia moana, ki te ahi ahu, ki kino haku, ko hau pōkia, ko rere hau, o ki hekinga whānau. Ka hoki te manu ki mō titi marae, te tau o tuku kuia, ko tapu I wahine, te hau kainga, ko puhia, ko te roma, o ki hekinga whānau. He hono re a nopu, ki te tautoko I o tātou mahi o te nehe nehe nui. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Lee. And just we can bring up the kaupapa slide again, please. So just to give you an overview, whānau, of what we're going to cover today, Kruja will take us through the establishment of the Nehe Nehe Nui Trust, and will also provide an overview and responsibilities of establishment of trustees. And I will also take you through the transition roadmap that we will be embarking on in the next 18 to 24 months on your behalf. And also I will finish with an what our next stages are in terms of engagement with you as our whānau, Te Nehe Nehe Nui. So I'll hand it over to Kruja, and if we can go to our next slide, please.
Kia ora. As you know, through the settlement process, a new trust, Te Nehe Nehe Nui, has been established. This represents a new dawn for our whānau. We will walk or talk through some of the points in relation to the establishment, the trust, and what will make up the trust group. Next slide, please. We'll first discuss the trust structure, including roles and responsibilities within the group. Following that, Bella will talk about the establishment and transition plan. The trust will be responsible for setting the strategic direction of the group and stakeholder management as the strategy is implemented. The trust will be accountable to our iwi, and will be transparent and open in all our activities. In addition, the Trust will play a key role in ensuring the Crown and government agencies fulfil their responsibilities to our iwi as treaty partners. The Trust will establish a commercial arm and a charitable arm to help the Trust achieve its purpose and execute the strategic direction. The commercial arm will be responsible for protection and growth of commercial assets with a view to build intergenerational wealth for our iwi. The board will include skills-based appointments to assist with execution. The charitable arm will be responsible for iwi development and iwi wellbeing activities. It will be a charitable trust under the Charitable Trust Act 1957 and includes skills-based appointments to its board. All entities in the structure will be clearly aligned to ensure the waka is heading in the right direction. The organisation design, roles and functions will also be designed to ensure we have the right skills and capabilities at an operational level to deliver a prosperous future for Te Nehe Nui.
So I will take you through our transition roadmap. So as you can see, there's several stages, and you can happy if the team, if you can unpin me so the whānau can actually see the slide. So as you can see, we've got several work streams that will work in parallel with each other. So there's going to be several slides covering these different work streams, whānau. So just note that there's a lot to take in here. This will not be the first time that we will show you this, and I will outline when we'll continue to come back to you. So as you can see, the three work streams outlined in this slide is our settlement documentation, which you're very familiar with, which Glenn has covered today. Our settlement legislation and the process that is still continuing, and we hope our bill is enacted by the end of the year. Well, and that timing all depends on a parliament process, which Glenn has also spoken to. And then also in terms of negotiations, there's our on-account payments. We have received almost circa $120 million of cash thus far, and we're looking at also hopefully increasing that a bit more in the near future. And then also on actual settlement and royal assent, we will receive our final on-account payment to a circa of 177 million. Next slide, please. Another three work streams that we are also running in parallel, and also I didn't note in the last slide, but if you have a look at the top of the slide, that's the timeline. So last year, November, when Te Nehe Nui was established, and we're working towards our first election of the first board of Te Nehe Nui around March 2024. So our established director recruitment process, we have been in the market and we are in the later stages of that recruitment, and we look forward to announcing who that is in the near future. And as you can see, Lee is our current interim establishment director and supporting us accordingly with these work streams until that permanent appointment is made. Governance framework. This encapsulates the deed, which Glenn has given us a thorough overview this morning. And also there's several, I guess, areas that we need to execute as part of that trust deed, and that's the role of the establishment directors, which I'll also cover shortly. With this, as part of our structure, we will need to set up whare, we will need to set up our rōpū, which I will cover later too. We also need to come out to the motu and talk about our 5-year plan. We need to gather your aspirations for Te Nehe Nui for its first 5 years. Now, I've seen lots of comments from the whānau over chat today, some amazing suggestions, and these are the suggestions that we will capture for our 5-year plan. So when the first board starts, they're not starting from scratch, they can start hitting the ground running. You can see towards March 2024, obviously we've finalised our strategic and 5-year plans, strategic plans around the annual objectives, and we will run our first election. And I will also remind you what our representation model looks like shortly, and then hold our first AGM as Te Nehe Nui Trust. I won't cover everything that's involved from a financial and accounting perspective in order to present our first set of accounts, but that's likely to be the first time that we'll present to the people. Our entity structure. Crew just alluded to the operational matters that we need to consider in terms of capability and skills, etc. And that will all come from the 5-year plan and be informed through our consultation with you as our whānau. We also need to make decisions around subsidiaries. As you are all familiar with the many post-settlement entities that we are very connected to or already very familiar with, there is usually a commercial entity, and we already have Te Kupenga. And there's also at times other group subsidiaries that could be formed, and that needs to be determined. The tax structure has already been signed off, but we will move forward until we do finalise the board appointments, again around March 2024. We'll be doing a lot around that time frame. And the next slide, please. And this is our final slide. So 9 work streams in total. Our investment strategy. I've seen a few questions around what's our plan in terms of our investments. We have already set up a group investments committee, which is made up of in-house capability, including some of our directors from Te Kupenga. And we will be coming out to the market soon, whānau, looking for an independent to join that investment committee. So please, for those whānau who have those skills, please apply. We will, as part of this group investment committee, who will inform the board of Te Nehe Nui, they will set an investment strategy, including what we call our policies and objectives around our investments and our frameworks. And also on the finalisation of settlement, we have 2 years to look at to assess the deferred settlement properties, which Glenn has also mentioned earlier. There are other arrangements, as we know, of course, like, for instance, our tokanui whenua that won't be available for deferred settlement assessment for many years. The second to last, or the last 2 work streams relating to MMTB disestablishment, transition planning. This is it. We have done our transition plan, and that has been ratified by the board, and also implementation of the transition. Up front, we need to start assessing the assets and liabilities within Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, which is a charity, and consider where these assets and liabilities should sit within Te Nehe Nui, and that's mainly considering whether they should be charitable or commercial. So that exercise will start shortly. And they will all transfer via legislation, and that will be the wind down of Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, which we are all well aware of. And also, just to re-emphasise, throughout this period, we will continue to engage with our whānau of Te Nehe Nui. We also will look to establishing, based on the agreements that we have in place as Te Nehe Nui, emphasising our relationships with government agencies, local councils and communities, and of course, hopefully looking towards collaborative arrangements with other iwi where suitable. Next slide, please. So just to remind you who we are, Maniapoto Māori Trust Board became, on the signing of the deed of settlement, the establishment trustees of Te Nehe Nui Trust. So yes, we are all still the Maniapoto Māori trustees, Maniapoto Māori Trust Board trustees, but we are also the establishment trustees of Te Nehe Nui. So our role during this period, until the first election of the board of Te Nehe Nui Trust, we will organise the first election. We will receive and manage any funds, and I've already pointed out we've received 120 million of on-account payment to date. We advance the implementation of the treaty settlement and take steps to establish or incorporate trust entities to generate sustainable profits and serve the needs of our people and through the means of our charitable or our commercial arms. Next slide, please. And just to give you an overview and a reminder of the representation model that will be reflected in the first board of Te Nehe Nui. Our whare, which is in the same regions as our current regional management committees. And we will call the representatives of each of those whare ngā kura tau. And just a reminder around the actual election process for our representatives, our ngā kura tau representatives. Each marae will put forward 2 representatives. So if your whare has 10 marae, they will put 2 representatives through by each marae. So there will be 20 potential candidates for your whare. Now, when I say your whare, when we have to re-register our registered members of Maniapoto Māori Trust Board to Te Nehe Nui Trust, we will not only re-register you, but we'll also ask you to choose a whare. Now, I think we're well aware that many of us have more than one affiliation to these whare. If you're like me, I could easily pick 3, but for the purposes of the election, you will have to choose one. But you have an opportunity in the next election to change the whare if you like. So that's just an outline of our ngā kura tau representation. Ngā kura rere is no different to our generally elected members today. Again, a pool of candidates who put their names forward from around our motu, and you will elect 6 representatives come the election. And our te kura kaumātua is appointed by our rōpū kaumātua, and we will also have an intern trustee. This is not a rangatahi representative. This is anybody who wishes to, who's new to governance and would like to see if they're interested in putting their names forward for a full trustee position for Te Nehe Nui. We're all familiar with, and I think Craig mentioned earlier, 2 associate positions on boards, board observers. This intern trustee won't have voting rights, but they will be able to sit with us for 12 months. Well, we'll sit with the first board of Te Nehe Nui for 12 months and watch, learn, ask questions without having voting rights. So we've been quite clear around that. So within a term of a board of 3 years, we will be able to allow this opportunity to 3 of our whānau to come and look in. And hopefully those 3 whānau will put their names up for the next election. And our reference groups, we have our rōpū rangatahi, our rōpū kaumātua, and ngā aka whawhau, our taurahiri. We've also outlined how important it is that we have our whānau who can inform us and keep us up to date and keep it real for the board in terms of what's happening and where our rangatahi is concerned, our kaumātua, which is our kaumātua kaunihira, and our taurahiri, and we have many of our active whānau within our cities that are very active in this space. Next. Before I move on, just a reminder, the first term would be a bit different. So ngā kura tau and te kura kaumātua on the election will have a 2-year term, and then there'll be another election for them. The ngā kura rere will have a 3-year term, and then there'll be election for them. The reason for this will be to ensure rotation, stability, succession, and continuity for the board of Te Nehe Nui. And we're all familiar with the reasons why we all sit on our Māori land entities also, and rotation is a good way to go versus the big bang approach where the entire board has to go up for election. So next slide, please. So this is our final slide before we switch back to Keith for pātai, but we are here at our hui ātau, our first iwi update. We will come back to you in May with a 6-month iwi update, and then we will be COVID permitted, coming out to meet you our kānohi from June to October, and also we'll use online platforms, live streaming, to gather your aspirations for us at Te Nehe Nui Trust and establishing the 5-year plan. So thank you, whānau, for all of you. But like my whānau, I'm on day 8 of isolation. Actually, it's freedom today for me, except I'm sitting here with all of you. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. So tēnā koutou whānau, take care, and I hope you have a lovely rest of the weekend. Kia ora. Back to you, Keith.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for that. I'm just going to put a question that's come up, Bella and Kruger. It is a question around distribution in terms of Te Nehe Nui. So we have set out through Jamie that a third of the income from Te Kupunga is distributed to our whānau. The question that has been raised here is, what is the distribution target, the percentage for Te Nehe Nui?
Kapai, thanks Keith. That is a very good question. And I outlined the workstream around the investment policy. The first priority will be to establish what our cash needs are. You know, we wouldn't want to put all our money away where we, at the end of the day, can't help our whānau for immediate needs. So we will have to establish first cab off the racks as our distribution policy. And timing of that would also be onus, and I actually might defer to Lee because he's better at this than me. Will probably be also around gathering our aspirations of our whānau for our 5-year plan. And then also that will help us determine what the distribution needs will be for the next 5 years. Lee, do you have anything to add?
I think you answered it well, Bella. The only thing that I would add is that the Te Nehe Nui, the kōrero with the trustees is around, this is an intergenerational focus to ensure that not only are we taking care of the needs of our whānau today, but also that we're building a brighter future for our mokopuna and getting the balance between reinvesting for our future mokopuna and also distributing to our whānau today will be a work stream that was highlighted in the work plan that will be coming out to get feedback from the whānau on.
Thanks, Lee. Back to you, Keith.
Kia ora kōrua, thank you for the response to the question. And whānau, can I just again encourage you to please send through any questions. There are a number of questions that have come through related to the settlement and to negotiations. So I'm really enjoying some of the difficult questions that are being directed at Glenn at the moment, and I'm going to ask him to respond.
Kia ora, Keith. Yes, keep them coming, whānau. Really good questions. So we've got one there from Wayne. Kia ora, Wayne, around sovereignty, and he's asking when that will be addressed from a treaty claim perspective. And he's also mentioned Moana Jackson giving a wonderful discussion on the subject. So I'm not aware of what Moana spoke about, but certainly from our perspective in terms of what our tupuna were pursuing, it was always mana whakahaere. So, you know, whether it was the likes of Wahanui or Rewi, Maanga Maniapoto, Taonui and others, that was what they were seeking. And so that is what the Waitangi Tribunal in its recommendations set out, that in order to put things right, the Crown needed to take steps to provide for the practical exercise of that mana whakahaere of Maniapoto within our rohe. And so that has always been at the forefront of our mind when we're entering into those negotiations with the Crown, and that comes through in the settlement, whether it be the return of lands and wāhi tapu, or those relationship agreements that we have with those various Crown agencies. We specifically made sure that mana whakahaere was set out there. We've also had a question from Tony Barrett around Ngāti Tama negotiations. Kia ora, Tony. So we had many discussions with our Ngāti Tama whanaunga over the course of the negotiations, and in fact our Mōkau ki runga RMC whānau are still continuing to have those discussions, and so we've got a number of discussions with them also coming up as well. There's a question here around how will the Kawo Māori injunction affect the settlement pūtea. So, look, that is currently before the courts. I don't want to preempt any of the court's decisions, but suffice to say that I think, as Bella has already mentioned, on account 120 million has already come across to Te Nehe Nui. So in terms of that, the court case that has been taken relates to the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board, slightly different there. Yeah, that's probably all I can say on that one. So that's me. Okay.
Kia ora, Glenn. All right, please keep the questions coming. There has also been a question asked around the percentage of Maniapoto people living in Auckland. I cannot give you the exact percentage, but what we do know is that the second largest concentration of Maniapoto people is in Auckland, second to Hamilton. And so the other part to the question was how many Maniapoto people in Auckland are COVID positive. Again, I can't give you an exact answer to that question, but we are working very closely with the DHB. We are getting daily updates in terms of people within the rohe and people around the mutu who are positive COVID cases. So it's not a direct answer to your question in terms of the exact percentage, but what we can tell you is that the second highest concentration of our people are in South Auckland, predominantly in South Auckland, and that's why it was really important for us to partner with key organisations like Maniapoto ki Tāmaki and Dave Letele and his organisation, so that we could connect with our families in Auckland, and to also partner with organisations like Te Runanga ki Kirikiriroa to connect with our families that are living in Hamilton. So with 90% plus of our people living outside of the rohe, those partnerships are really critical for us to ensure that we're able to, as best as we can, connect with our families living outside of the rohe. There's also a couple of questions that are of a financial nature, and I'm going to ask Jamie to respond to those questions.
So I think the question was around, in the current environment that we have, what risks may we be subject to for our assets, and what we may be doing through our investment policies to, I guess, prevent as much impact as we can. The Omicron obviously has a huge impact in our New Zealand markets at the moment, but more through the economy in terms of people, organisations not necessarily being able to have active staff. So that's kind of uncertain to us and how that might impact us. Our investment policies, how they are currently set, are quite risk adverse, so we are spread across different asset portfolios. So hopefully that provides a level of protection there, by way of if some portfolios may be negatively impacted, hopefully we'll have the ones set up to offset that negative impact. We do utilise our investment managers, so Craig's Investment Partners and ASB, to provide advice around those sort of things that we might be subject to. I think we're waiting on advice at the moment from them in terms of whether the Russian and Ukraine situation may be impacting our investment portfolios. There was a slight decrease in our February reports, but they're still coming back to us on if there's many further impacts for us to come. So, yeah.
Kia ora, Jamie. I'm just going to check with our fellow members here who are here today, because we have come to the end of our agenda. I've just done another double check in terms of questions that are coming through via the Zoom chat and via Facebook. I'm not seeing any additional questions at the moment, but can I assure you all, if there are additional questions, we will work with the team to respond to those questions via the chat and via Facebook. So please do know that your questions are important, and if we have missed them in the course of the AGM today, we will provide a written response to those questions. I'm just going to do a quick double check just to make sure that there aren't any additional comments or points that anyone wants to make before we look to close our AGM today. Glenn? Cole? Emily? All right, I think we have set a new world record for Maniapoto Māori Trust Board AGMs. We are about to conclude our AGM 9 minutes early. This could be the last AGM of our board. As Bella has pointed out, we are in the process of closing down the Trust Board, and the process around setting up Te Nehe Nui is well underway. So it's appropriate actually that we just reflect on the 30 plus years of the Maniapoto Māori Trust Board. It has served its purpose extremely well. I really want to acknowledge those of our kaumātua, those of our leaders 30 plus years ago, who made the decision to engage with our people and take the step to establish the Trust Board. I do particularly want to acknowledge Dan Te Kanawa, who is a current member of our board, who was very heavily involved at the outset of the establishment of the Trust Board, and also John Carty, who was also there at the very, very beginning and obviously continues as the current Deputy Chair of the board. So if this is our final Trust Board AGM, we acknowledge all trustees of the board. We acknowledge all staff of the board over the 30 plus years of the existence of the board, and sign out at this point, acknowledging the tremendous service, hard work and commitment of many people who have worked within this organisation over a long period of time. It's been a privilege for me to be chair of the board for almost a year and a half now. And again, I do want to acknowledge Uncle Tifa in particular for more than 14 years as service, 14 years of service as the chair of our board. So final word from me is to all of you at home and to your families. Please keep safe, look after yourselves, keep well, and we look forward to continuing to serve you and to serve our families in the work that we all do within this organisation. I'm now going to ask Dougie to close our AGM for this year. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Akati tēnā tātou. Tuatahi ake, mihi ana ki ngā mātua tupuna, nā rātou tātou I arahi mai I roto I tēnei hui a tau, kia tai ki tōna mutunga. E mihi ana ki ngā hui a tau katoa, I whakahaeretia I roto I ngā tau, mai te tau kotahi mano I warau, ware te kau maiwa, tainoa mai ki tēnei tau. Nō reira kia tau te rangi Māori kia tātou Ngāti Maniapoto ki uta, Ngāti Maniapoto ki tai, e mahi nei ngā mahi hei oranga mō ngā uri whakatupu kia ingoe tātou. E pā e tō mātou matua nui te rangi. Tēnei rā mātou e huri atu ana I o mātou whakaaro, e tuku ana I o mātou whakaaro ki a koe. Ma autini manaakitanga I runga I ngā poari katoa I tōna kukunetanga mai taino mai ki tēnei rā. Mai manaakitanga katoa I uhia mai rā ki runga ki tō mātou tiamana, nāna mātou I arahi mai I roto I tēnei hui. Kia hono atu ki ngā hau e whao Ngāti Maniapoto e noho mai nā, ki uta, ki tai. Tēnei rā e inoi atu ana, mai manaakitanga tonu ki runga I te poari e mahi nei ngā mahi, e whakaoti nei ngā mahi I roto I tēnei tau, I roto I nei rangi katoa. Ko koe kei runga, ko koe kei raro, kei mua, kei muri, kei o mātou tahataha I o mātou haringa katoa. Ko koe hoki tēnā e manaki ana I te whare o pota tau te whero, o mātou kuia, o mātou kraua, a mātou tamariki mokopuna, e tupu nei I roto I tēnei ao whakarito, kia mōhio ai rātou I ngā mea e tikāna e pai ana ki tau titiro. Tēnei rā mātou te whakakroria nei tau ingoa tapu, I runga I te mōhio ko koe te timatanga me te whakaotinga. Ki ngā tāne, ki ngā wahine, me ngā tai tamariki, kia ora katoa. E te runga rawa, no te mana whatua, huru me te maramatanga me te kororia, ho mai he aroha he rangi Māori e hei kaupare I te kinonga.
Kia ora tātou.